In the late 1990s, Nintendo released a Game Boy game in America. The game was simple, a bit rough around the edges, childish, but very, very good and very, very addicting. This, my friends, was the start of the Pokemon craze. The reputation was unlike anyone has ever seen. Children were glued to their Game Boy screens for so long that parents tried to keep them away by connecting the little monsters to the devil. Schools made futile attempts to ban the drug as 10-year-olds snuck in with little portable systems hidden in their lunchboxes, only to end up in a fisticuff brawl as a trade or a battle went horribly wrong during recess. No one was safe. Pokemon affected everyone, and for being such a popular series, rumors eventually arose. Oh, the rumors that arose. Every neighborhood had their own special Pokemon rumor. Bill's Backyard, Mew 3, How to Get Mew itself, Pokegods, Fighting Professor Oak, like using a precious item finder in a particular location 1,000 times, and right at the 1,000th time, pressing start and saving the game, then restarting, but you have to have Peekaboo in your party, and you have to have them, you need to do something or the other. Ladies and gentlemen, in this thread we will not only be exploring these rumors, how to do what is mentioned in these rumors, but much more. We will gather creatures that were meant to be sealed forever. We will enter forbidden lands that will most likely crash the game after taking one step. We will do what no man has had the balls to do, for tonight, we will break.
Oh man, another Pokemon LP, how original.
Wait, before you hit that back button, allow me to say this will be a very different Pokemon LP. At least I think so. Instead of the usual collecting badges with first-person narration and general confusion over how the world works, we will be focusing on one, well, two, maybe three things only. The main one being glitches. Wonderful, unpredictable glitches.
Glitches? What? That sounds stupid.
Perhaps it is, but in the first generation Pokemon games, glitches run rampant and are quite interesting. Well, they don't really run rampant since I'm going to be sharking this game a lot to do what I need to do, but there are enough out there to allow anyone to break the game without the use of a game shark.
There are a bunch of blobs and the music is weird. Oh man, there's a letter, what's going on?
A lot of the glitches we will run into will be graphically oriented, as well as sound. I guess you can call this LP a bit of a hybrid, since some of what happens when running into a glitched Pokemon / trainer can't really be described in words. Let me just say this, and I know it's going to sound stupid, but when listening to some of these videos / sound files for the first time, try not to do it before bed. It sounds really stupid, but if you have fond memories of the first gen games as a kid, the manipulation can get kinda freaky.
You're using a Game Shark, you cheater.
Don't even think about saying this, you'll just look stupid. Alright, I think I got everything settled, let's get started. No! Pretty simple name, but what we name ourselves actually affects a certain famous glitch in the future. Granted, if I made my name a bunch of symbols, said glitch would turn out more entertaining, but I decided to stick with this for easier reading. More for me than for you. Besides, what we can encounter, we will through GameShark. Keep thinking derp is spelled derp. Not that it matters much for this LP anyway, but I can't be the only one who thinks Blue's Overworld sprite is the derpiest thing made. And just like that, we're ready to walk into the grass, begin our first adventure with Oak and have some good, clean fun. I would like to take this moment to thank God the Gen 1 games don't force you to have any tirades with your mother. Hell, you can completely ignore her in this game. From Gen 2, she forces a bunch of pointless story crap that no one ever cares about. So let's take our first step into the grass and... yeah, right. Wait, are you walking over the barrier? Yep. The Walk Through Walls code is on now, and I'll be making good use of it for most of this playthrough. It's a bit annoying turning it off and on since the game crashes if you go out of bounds, or it'll freak out during a scripted event where Red has to walk himself. For example, when you have it on when you meet Oak for the first time, Red will just keep walking north until he goes out of bounds, and the game crashes. There can be some neat things to be found through the Walk Through Walls code, and I may not know it all. If you know some interesting places to check out, feel free to share. Now, what we're doing here is just a quick show-off of what happens when you go into a fight with no Pokemon. I'm pretty sure every kid with Pokemon and a Game Shark has done this, but we'll do it anyway just to ease the explorative spirit of the thread. Ah, a wild blank. Well, actually it's a Pidgeotto. What is happening now, and what is about to happen, is pretty much the same for any wild Pokemon you meet without Pokemon yourself. Also notice how it says I have nothing but fainted Pokemon. Not sure what that means, but hey, it's there. Since the game needs to have red let out a Pokemon, we have this monstrosity out. The exclamation point is the first Pokeglitch for this LP, and it's pretty... lackluster actually. It only has one move. You can't keep it, which will be seen why shortly. And it's also kind of weak. However, as you can see, its release just pretty much fucked up the battle screen. The Pidgeotto's name is now replaced with a bunch of blobs, and its health bar is shot through the roof. I should also state that with exclamation mark's release, the music slowly quiets down until it's completely silent. No interesting glitchy music here, but it's kinda creepy how the music just dies. Exclamation mark's cry is a strange sequence of a distorted Seal/Dugong cry, followed by a regular Zapdos cry. This is exclamation mark's one and only move. It doesn't even have a name. However, the typing is interesting in that it's the Cool Trainer type. For those that don't know or may not remember, Cool Trainers are one of the many different types of trainers you can fight. They tend to be the hardest ones too, just ranking behind certain gym leaders in the Elite Four. Now, when you try to use the one move exclamation mark has, it'll disobey you for some reason. Either it won't obey or use a different move. In my case, it always used Pound, despite the fact that Pound isn't even part of its moveset. In general, this guy acts like a high-level traded Pokemon, despite the fact it's only level 12 and traded Pokemon won't disobey you until level 20 if you don't have any badges. Honestly, the simple answer is that the game just doesn't know what to do here, so it's all jargoned up. Everything is going to hell, and at this point, it's just trying to get out of this situation. Pidgeotto is using its own weird attack, but it seems to just be a renamed quick attack. Also, I may have been wrong about exclamation mark being weak, since it's only level 12 and can survive a quick attack with little damage from a level 30 Pidgeotto. Then again, it's impossible to look at its stats because the Pokemon screen is blank when you try to view it. Every time I use it, Pidgeotto's health bar also increases in size. After a few attempts of trying to have the Cool Trainer move work, exclamation mark is already at PP. It never does work really, and interestingly, you can't use Struggle to fight. Struggle is basically your last resort move any Pokemon can use when it's out of PP. I've never actually seen it in action myself, but allegedly it's not very effective. No other moves can be chosen, so we're gonna have to run out of the fight, which makes the game crash. What just happened is the same for pretty much every wild Pokemon encounter, but what happens when we fight a trainer with no Pokemon? To answer this question, we must venture south of Pallet Town towards Cinnabar Island. If we try to go north, Oak will stop us at any place. Yes, even if you try to go across a barrier, Oak will interrupt you. You'll actually just be moving across the screen from right to left in an endless loop that you can't get out of, but it's still interrupting nonetheless. This fine gentleman will be our first test subject, a fisherman stuck upon an island waiting for any traveling seaman to give him a hit. This guy has a not glitched at all during battle Seaking, and we have good ol' exclamation mark again. The same thing pretty much happens, except in the middle of the battle, a sudden flash of gray screen appears. The game restarts. You would think that because this is something a lot of people have done, there'd be an explanation on why this happens, but I can't find anything. Either way, the game doesn't restart as cleanly as you would expect. Jigglypuff turns into... that. The various Pokemon that appear on the intro screen now face the wrong way. They also flicker in and out randomly, but good luck grabbing a screen cap that could appropriately represent that. Pressing start will bring up a gray screen again, but if we press A twice, the game will continue on from the last save point. I actually had a save file on this ROM before this LP, where I tested out a bunch of other glitches just to see how they behaved and such. The game appears normal, but it's far from it. When you try to talk to people, there are no text boxes. You just have to keep mashing B blindly until the person stops talking. You can't see the start screen when you bring it up, but if you happen to click the Pokemon menu, the overworld sprites disappear and the area becomes the background for your Pokemon menu. Sure, you can't see their names, but you can go between them just fine. Bringing up their stats makes all hell break loose though. It brings up this mess. And then the game suddenly thinks you're in a battle, and apparently you throw a Pokeball and catch some unknown entity, and then the game crashes. At this point, everything flickered like crazy, and I couldn't get a good screenshot. You can see Nursejoy at the top flickering a bit, so you know I'm not just speaking bullshit. Other than that, the game in the state if you don't look at Pokemon stats is pretty boring. Trainers don't notice you, you can't get into any random encounters at all, you just walk around with nothing to do. Still, the random battle in the overworld was pretty entertaining, so I guess we got that out of it. Rumor Bust. What happens when you walk into the grass fields east and west of Pallet Town? Absolutely nothing, except for the game crashing. There are no secret Pokemon, no level 100 wilds, your best friend in elementary lied to you. Just thought you should know. But that should be enough for now. Next time, Pokegods. Oh, and Brock too, I guess. Well, the whole game crashing thing was fun and all, but we really do need to get out of Pallet Town, or else I'll be forced to keep going south and most likely crash the game 50% of the time. Yeah, I'm not exactly an expert on this whole nicknaming Pokemon thing. Not like it matters for what we're going to get. What can you nickname something that's mostly just glitch-blocked garbage anyway? I'll man up and say I've actually lost this fight before when I was a wee lad. I don't remember how, I just did. Whatever. I get my money, Oak sends me to do whatever. What was the point of giving the player character a Pokemon in Gen 1 anyway? And I might as well go beat up some critters. Ah, hey, that was fast. Eh? I've seen plenty of critters in my life, and that is not a critter. It's an abomination of God, and it has these random cries that send chills up my spine. At the same time though, it's one of the safest glitches I can catch. Ergo, I must own it. Ah, shit. Unfortunately, there's no Game Shark code that I know of that doesn't require you to get balls from a Pokemart. Guess we're gonna have to go grab Oak's parcel real quick. Might as well faint the thing for giggles. Well, good lord, I can't even touch the damn thing. It also knows Confuse Ray, one of the worst moves ever invented by Game Freak. I'm sure we all have a story involving this stupid move. All we can do is run away, and even then I had to spam run because I had several can't escape messages. This thing is faster than my level 6 starter Pokemon, and it's only at level 2. This must be mine. I'm sure everyone watching is aware why I have to get Oak's parcel to grab Pokeballs. Interestingly enough though, I could go to the Pokemart in Cinnabar, but that takes a while, and I'll most likely run into something that'll destroy my Squirtle, and then I'll have to start over, and it would just be annoying, okay? Let's not. Regardless, after doing all that, I can now buy Pokeballs from the Pokemart. In my case, I can buy free Master Balls. You may also notice I have an obscene amount of money. I just have a code on, just in case I need to buy a bunch of Hyper Potions or some shit. Yoink! Oh hey, it even has its own Pokedex entry. Doesn't have any generalization where those ellipses are. I guess that's its generalization? It's pretty tall, and check out how fat it is, over 8,000 pounds. And it can run faster than my Squirtle at level 3. This thing is fucked up. Let's check out the description. Oh, well, that's not normal. Fuck, the Pokedex is breaking, the text is eating me, goddammit. Okay, so when you try to view the Pokedex entry for H-Poke, that's the official name for this guy, the game will pretty much lock up playing these random distorted cries and tunes until you turn off the Game Boy. This happens for almost every glitch Pokemon because of their cries. You see, H-Poke and friends have different cries almost every time they're released, stat viewed, faint, etc. Because of this, if I understand my sources correctly, the Pokedex can't properly play H-Poke's cry, causing it to go nuts. Which explains the strange text. Weird how Rocket appears twice. Here's a little game for the viewers at home. Try identifying all the tunes and cries played. You won't get anything out of it, but if you're really bored, be my guest. Anyway, I got sidetracked there for a bit, but there is actually a remedy to this. In the Pokedex, H-Poke is identified as number 94 out of 151. When playing the game regularly, 94 is Gengar, the Ghost Poison type. This explains why Wordle wasn't able to hit H-Poke earlier, why H-Poke has moves like Confuse Ray, and why it has impressive stats for a Pokemon at such a low level. It also means that if we get our hands on Gengar that view its Pokedex entry normally, we can completely bypass H-Poke's Pokedex entry and then just have him. Luckily, with a Game Shark and an emulator, such a task is easy to do. Yeah, Gengar's looking a bit goofy on the battle screen, but he's completely normal by the time you see his Pokedex entry. Notice how Gengar's height and weight are completely different from H-Poke's. I have no idea why it's like this, and it makes me wonder where the game got such huge numbers from. Either way, we now own H-Poke without having the game explode. Since the Pokedex can't give us a good definition for this dude, I'll give myself the honor. H-Poke is probably the safest Pokegod, more on why I'm calling it this later, that you can catch in red and blue. Besides screwing up your Pokedex and crashing your game, this dude is harmless. H-Poke also has the same behavior as another famous glitch, in that it might scramble up battle sprites a bit or mirror them, as well as messing with the Hall of Fame. Encountering apparently saves your game automatically, which explains why right before you fight him there's a long black pause before the battle screen shows up. And it apparently evolves into a Gloom at level 224, good luck with that. And if you're wondering, I made H-Poke appear with the GameShark code 01C3DHCF. Alright, I guess it's time to explain to you why H-Poke is one of the many Pokegods. What is a Pokegod, you may ask? Well, back before the internet became widely used, some smart dudes that did know how to use it decided to spread some rumors on Pokegods around the internet. Somehow, these rumors just fucking blew up. Anyone who was anyone knew what a Pokegod was, and if you owned a Pokegod, you were the king of the playground. Trouble is, Pokegods don't exist. At least not the ones the internet originally spread around. No one knew exactly how to get a Pokegod, so of course many crazy rumors came up, and even more Pokegods were made up as well. At first, you only had Mew 3 or Peekablu, aka Marill, but then shit like Charcoat, Karusu, Primator popped up, and it just got ridiculous. Eventually the fad died down as the internet rose in popularity and everyone wised up. There was a general acceptance that there was no Pokemon over the Pokedex number 151 in the Gen 1 games. Just as a sidebar, I remember seeing a page that was full of these GIFs of Pokegod Pokedex entries that was actually really cool, so if anyone knows a link to that, please show it off, because I can't find it. However, to the surprise of many, Pokegods did in fact exist. Now, this is going to get confusing, so just try to stick with me here. Math is involved, so be careful. You see, in most Game Boy games at the time, there were variables where you could insert in data ranging from 0 to 256. In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, these data slots were used to insert Pokemon information. However, only 151 of these slots were used. That means that there are still... 256 minus 105 unused slots. The programmers need to fill that space in with something, and that's where the glitches come in. See, H-Poke and others aren't exactly Pokegods in the fact that they're super powerful or versions of future generation of Pokemon. They are Pokegods in the fact that they were legitimate data that would have been a Pokedex number of over 151, which was the original appeal of the Pokegod. This explanation applies for pretty much every glitch we fight in battle, and now you know why it happens. TLDR, Pokegods are placeholders. But if you want a more experienced explanation, Something Awful user Start Clamp has you covered.
Oh, hey. I've programmed Game Boy before. I can field this one. Although it's actually a general programming thing, really. There's a defined start of the Pokemon data, and each Pokemon's data is in there in a very organized fashion, one after another. As it needs to be accessed, the game looks Pokemon number multiplied size of one Pokemon's data, past the start of the Pokemon data, and it finds the information it needs. Trouble is, the game is on an 8-bit, so the highest number is 255, not 151. And when you're loading from something that wasn't supposed to be used to load this data, there's no guarantee it'll be in the range 1 to 151. So it's just not, as is the case here. But data for things that aren't Pokemon is what's after the Pokemon data. So looking at the code, I couldn't tell you what that data is, but it's not Pokemon data. So the game looks for Pokemon data well past where it actually exists, and as a result gets data that is, for all intents and purposes, completely random. Predictable, but not useless data. So they're not placeholders exactly. They're just there. It's like if you had a book that was so many pages long, and you tried to see what was in the book a few pages more than that in. That's part of the hardcover, which isn't paper and doesn't have text. But if you could somehow look at that part, say you cut open the cover, you'd see all the not text that was there. And then Pokemon Blue takes a look at it and says, "That looks about right," and declares that not text to in fact be text, and reads it, declares it a Pokemon, and shoves it onto your screen. And then your Game Boy / emulator responds with a, "What the hell did you just put in me?" and spazzes out.
Okay, maybe it wasn't so hard to explain, but now we have a true Pokegod in our group. and there will only be more. Since H-Pokey is part ghost, it is literally a monster at this point in the game. Barely anything can hurt it, and it has Nightshade for an attack. Even when it does get hurt, H-Pokey seems to be able to take a beating. Including placeholder Pokemon, there are also placeholder moves and even placeholder items. Placeholder, placeholder, placeholder. In H-Pokey's case, he has the placeholder move HMO2. HMO2 is just a really weird type. I mean, I can explain types that are named after trainers, and I will, and I did. But this is just beyond me. From some limited experimenting, this typing doesn't seem to be super effective, not effective against normal, bug, rock, and ground type. Also, accuracy is probably determined by moves, because this thing has terrible accuracy. Also, when H-Pokey learns HMO2, the PP isn't filled all the way up, and after going to the Pokemon Center, the max PP can sometimes double the original amount. The attack itself is pretty rad. There's no animation for it, the enemy's life bar just drops. It acts like any absorb/drain attack in which the enemy loses health while the user gains some. I like to think H-Pokey sucks into Rattata with some powerful force, and as the Rattata enters the glitch mass, its bones slowly dissolve into painful anguish. Pokies for the Poke God. I think we have a decent enough moveset and level to fight Brock now. On my way to Pewter City, you can see something neat using the Walk-Through Walls code. You can completely skip Viridian Forest. In the southern entrance, you can see a cuttable tree using the code, but cutting it does nothing. Why is it even there? At the northern entrance, there's actually a small patch of grass just out of view when playing normally. All I found here are rats and Pidgeys, but it makes me think why it's there. Was Game Freak planning to have Viridian Forest be part of the route and not a completely separate area? Why weren't there more rumors on that grass patch? I mean, not only can you take an easy screenshot of it, but you can walk and encounter Pokemon in it. I just find it weird. Don't know why I'm so fascinated with a patch of grass. With these questions left unanswered, I go and fight shirtless, creepy, mood-lit Brock. Shouldn't be too hard. It wouldn't be hard if it wasn't for the fact that I tried using HMO2 on Geodude like 20 times and it didn't hit once. I'm not kidding you. HMO2 did not hit this Geodude once. I eventually gave up and Confuse Raid/Nightshaded it. But god, how disappointing for a glitch move. Right after I was singing your praises too. For shame, HMO2, for shame.
Because it's not supposed to be move data. Why would it have 100% accuracy? That would be very unlikely, since it's effectively random. In this case, while HM02 does have 177 power, its accuracy is a mere 6%. Actually, every glitch move is terrible, with the exception of TM05, which in red-blue increases the user's evasion 3 stages. Use it once and everything's chance of hitting you is halved, twice and it's reduced to 1/3 of its normal value. But is only learned in yellow, where it has the different, less beneficial effect of freezing the game. If you want to hack it onto one of your Pokemon, its move ID is CD, or 205.
Once again, Stark Champ has the answers. Okay, we're done for now. Perhaps not as crazy as last time, but I like working my way up from the stable to the insane. First update is like a teaser. Next time I will blow everyone's mind. I won't say how, but I will be mind-blowing. Here's a little something extra to tide you over. You can actually get into the Viridian Gym early with the Walk-Through Walls code by entering the door from any direction that is not south. But I wouldn't recommend it. So consider this. In the first gen Pokemon games, you can get a level 100 Pokemon with only the first gym badge. As a result, you are awarded with possibly the best killing machine available. Because seriously, no one actually trained their Pokemon to level 100 for in-game, right? Well, you don't really have to consider this because I'm doing it anyway, off to Cerulean City. If you haven't beat Brock yet, there's some annoying dude who literally grabs you by the hand and says, "Hey, come see the city with me," and you can never avoid him no matter how much you try. Well, actually, you could walk through the wall behind him with no issue, but otherwise you're pretty much forced to fight Brock. But after that, he just disappears. The man, the myth, the legend, the obligatory shorts kid. I have no clue what the translators were thinking of. Maybe it was the main writers. Either way, it just feels like a throwaway line. This is intensely satisfying because Mount Moon has always been a big impasse for me as a kid. Zubats truly are the worst Pokemon to frequently encounter. Whoever thought up of Supersonic should supersonic his ears, I guess. That one didn't really work. Back to work. Get ready everyone, because I'm about to begin the process of a near episode-long glitch. See, when I say we're going to Cerulean City, I actually mean the cave. We need to catch an important wild Pokemon here. That special Pokemon is Raichu, who turned out to be a lot harder to find than I originally thought. The reason I have a Dodrio fighting for me, and 2 Hypnos, is because Raichu was taking several encounters to find, and my slow-ass, low-level Pokemon didn't have a chance in running away from fighting anything 50 levels higher than them. The Dodrio and the Hypno are just throwaway junk Pokemon anyway. I mean, they're not even glitchy. What's the point of having them? Now, the reason Raichu, who will be nicknamed Fatty from now on, because look at him, is important at this time is because he has Growl as a move. Growl decreases the Pokemon's physical attack power if you can't remember. I could have gotten any other Pokemon like a Spearow or something like Growl, but then I would have to train it to a decent level to not die in a particular fight. Fatty just cuts out the middleman, so good on him. Now, you may also wonder, wait, won't he disobey you? Well, as I remember saying in the first update, any Pokemon you catch at any level will listen to you, regardless of what badges you have. It's only traded Pokemon that will turn their backs if you don't have the appropriate badges. This is obviously a preventative measure to stop kids from trading their Hyper Gods to another file. Although, with the trick I'm about to use, this preventative measure will be annulled. Our next destination is the grass patch next to the Nugget Bridge. Glad I can just avoid all the trainers, although I still fought Gary because I was worried of him ruining the delicate process of this trick. Fatty wrecked his shit. Good job, Fatty. The grass patch contains these Zoots, Abras, one of the chillest Pokemon I know in the Pokemon universe. Abra is important because it knows a move no other Pokemon, well, I guess besides his evolutions, does in Gen 1, Teleport. Now, you can use Dig or Fly with this trick, but since Teleport is the earliest move available, we're gonna use that one. Now we stand here, exactly 1 square above the bug catcher that resides in the grass patch we were just in. By the way, if you already fought him at this time, then reset the game because you fucked up. If you already saved your game after fighting him, there's a chance to do this trick again with another trainer, but it comes much later. Now, 2 very important things you should do before you go any further. 1. Save. There's a lot of room for error for the next step. 2. Make sure you had your Pokemon healed last at the Cerulean Pokemon Center. I cannot express the rage one feels, or disappointment rather, when teleporting to Pewter, or God help you, even Pallet Town. Because I had to deal with it like 5 times because I'm so fucking stupid. God damn it. Oh, God, shit. Compose yourself. If you have all that covered, proceed in pressing down on the D-pad and then pressing start right after. You should safely be at the start screen without having to go into a battle. Use Abra's teleport now. The bug catcher will go all Metal Gear Solid spotted on you, but you'll be able to teleport away to safety. Well, actually, your sprite will freak out and turn the lines and shit. I can only imagine the pain Red, or I guess Met, must be feeling as his body is being manipulated by Abra's sadistic teleportation powers. After successfully teleporting back to Cerulean's Pokemon Center, go to Misty's gym and fight this Joker. You will not be able to press start at this time, so I hope you got your Raichu / Fearow / whatever at the front of your party. Well, okay, you can switch them during battle, but time is levels. Not really. The swimmer has a Horsey and this Shelder. Look at that tongue. You can do whatever you want to the Horsey, but this Shelder is important. you must use Growl 6 times on the Shellder. Exactly 6. I'll explain why soon, but until then, just do it. After that, you can safely Thundershock it to submission. After fighting the swimmer, go back to the Nugget Bridge under normal circumstances, and don't walk on the barriers or any stupid shit like that. You can then use the start button now and arrange your party for the upcoming event. Make sure you have a good number of Poke/Great Balls stocked. I mean, I have Master Balls, so it's all good for me, but in Earthsharkless case, I would be prepared. Oh yeah, did I mention pretty much everything I've done so far for this trick can be done without a Game Shark? Besides using the Walk Through Walls code to get around, and grabbing Fatty, of course. Once you're ready, go up to the Nugget Bridge. When you change routes, the start menu will come up by itself. Do not press anything else on the menu. Simply exit. Notice the dude chilling in the top left. I always wondered why he showed up there. Maybe he's going to be giving us a little present. Leaving the start menu gets us into a battle? What could it be? What strange creature could possibly attack us when we're not in the grass or in a dungeon? What unholy, glitchy abomination will we encounter in this episode? Wait, what? Oh my god.
Oh wow, a Mew! As if no one has heard of this trick before. Way to make a lame build-up for something the majority of the internet already knows.
No, that's not it. The level. Look at its level. It's level 1. In the first generation Pokemon games, it's impossible to encounter any Pokemon under level 2 in any normal circumstance. But here we are fighting a level 1 Pokemon, Mew of all things. How does this happen, you may ask? How did Mew appear in the first place? You may know the glitch, but can you explain it? You see, when you teleport from a fight like I did earlier, the game still thinks you're in a battle fighting something, which is why the start screen doesn't work. When you decide to fight something the game didn't expect you to, the special stat of the last Pokemon you kill will determine what will appear on the Nugget Bridge after leaving the start screen. In addition to its special, the Pokemon's level is determined by how you affect the attack of the last Pokemon you fight. Is Fatty's acquisition starting to make a little more sense? You can lower the attack of a Pokemon by -6 or +6. If you lower the special Pokemon's move 6 times like Fatty did with Growl, then you will face the Pokemon at level 1. Likewise, if you somehow find a way to raise a Pokemon's attack stage by 6, is there even a move in Gen 1 that raises the opposing Pokemon's attack? The Pokemon that will appear, in theory, will be level 13. If you don't do anything to the special Pokemon's attack, the Pokemon appearing at the Nugget Bridge will be level 7. You can get pretty much any Pokemon with this trick as long as you find the right trainer. You can fight the other trainer that isn't Misty in the Cerulean Gym and get a Nidoqueen, level 1 Nidoqueen if you're so inclined. However, not all Pokemon can be caught. Apparently, the following Pokemon you can't get via the glitch are Pokemon that don't evolve twice, like Growlithe or Snorlax, all legendaries besides Mew, aw how convenient, nor the Caterpie, Weedle, or Dratini evolution lines, which means no level 100 Dratini if you wanted one that badly. Of course, I managed to catch Mew easily, but it apparently has a tricky catch rate, so if you don't have Master Ball stocked, just grab whatever you can get. Looking at its stats, it only knows one move, Pound. For the uninformed, Mew can learn pretty much any HM or TM in the game, as well as a plethora of other moves. But all I will teach it will be Pound. Pound is all Mew will need, yes. Yes. Now we need to make sure Mew earns less than 54 experience points. You can use any low level area for this, and switched out Mew with Raichu to ensure low EXP gainage. Now it may not seem like much, but... Whoa, shit, what happened? Well, as I said earlier, in Gen 1 games you cannot encounter level 1 Pokemon through conventional means. There was no coding for them. As a result, level 1 Pokemon had negative experience. Take a look at Mew's stat screen again to see for yourself. Now, if a level 1 Pokemon obtains less than 54 XP, the game will count it as a negative, and it won't like that. Therefore, the game will scramble to try and find the highest possible digit, and in this case 2 to the 24th power -1, and wrap around the EXP gained and obtain it to Mew. Whereas Mew will have normally gained a measly 26 experience points, it instead received over 16 million. This would actually give Mew enough EXP to get to level 246, but the game quickly reverts it to the more acceptable level 100. If you obtain EXP over 54, the calculation will wrap into a small positive range, only allowing Mew to level up to 2. Also worth mentioning, you're going to get worse stats when leveling a Pokemon to 100 this way, as opposed to the normal way, since you're not getting EVs or anything, but since we're not doing OU or any of that shit, I don't care. It's not like it really matters. I mean, level 100 is level 100. So, that's how you get a level 100 Pokemon before even having to fight Misty. Of course, your choices of Pokemon may be a bit limited at this point in the game, but Mew should be good enough anyway. Hell, level 100 Weedle would probably suffice. Let's go wreck Misty's shit with Mew and call it a day. Huh. I don't remember Misty having 6 Pokemon. It was just a Staryu and Starmie, right? Maybe she knows I have a level 100 Mew and wants to try to make things fair. Oh shit, game's trying to fight fire with fire. Well, we'll see if this mess can stand up to our team. Huh. Alright, I'm done bullshitting you. This is what I really did. You remember how I used the GameShark code to catch H-Poke last update? Well, the particular code was 01C3G8CF. The root of this code, as I like to call it, is 01XXD8CF. Where the XX is, you can pretty much replace with any hex and something will come out of it. It can be a regular Pokemon, like Gengar earlier, a Pokegod, like H-Poke, or a trainer, like Misty, in the wild. Now, the trainers are special in that they are, well, trainers. They all use their own unique Pokemon, it seems, but not a lot of research has been done on them. I think it's just because they're all pretty normal. I mean, hell, even when I tried to get H-Poke the first time, his Pokedex entry froze my game. The trainer Pokegods don't even have a Pokedex entry. How do I know? Well, I decided to fight Misty again in a patch of grass with a Steel Pokemon from Trainer code on. When stealing a Pokemon from any trainer, the battle immediately ends. Perhaps the Pokedex entry doesn't show because you stole it from a trainer, but you really can't catch these guys through any other means. Well, there is that one exception, but we'll get to it later. Maybe. Due to his name on the status screen, I shall dub thee Blocky. Blocky is a normal flying type Pokemon that has the same Pokedex number as Dodrio, which explains its bird type moveset. He probably shares the same stats too. Its cry is similar to the jingle that plays when you successfully catch a Pokemon, except slightly slowed down. Its sprite is, well, frankly, it's a clusterfuck. I can see a bit of Bulbasaur on the top, but other than that, I'm clueless. Maybe a little bit of Lieutenant Surge? You guys figure it out. Blocky doesn't really have a glitch dex entry or anything like that on his own posted on the internet. He, among other rejected boring Pokedods, are kinda shafted since they don't really have anything game-breakingly glitchy about them. In other words, they're kinda the Magikarp of glitches. I will give Blocky one thing though, he does look very interesting. Too bad looks aren't everything. Or so they say. Alright, I gotta pull back the curtain again for a second to explain a few differences between my experience with Blocky and Metroixer's. First of all, in Met's original LP, he notes that the Misty he runs into only has one Pokemon. This Pokemon is, of course, Blocky, and you already know there's a discrepancy. As you clearly noticed, my Misty had a little more than one Pokemon, 5 more to be exact. The thing is, they were all Blocky. Well, at least I assume they were all Blocky. Once I defeated one, she just sent out another, and I assumed the remaining were more of the same, but I digress. My next point of contention is a little stranger. Met describes Blocky as having a similar moveset to Dodrio, and while once captured, I noticed the same thing. Before that, it was using a different set of moves, Poison Gas and Headbutt. I was at a loss for what Blocky could be mimicking here, but by chance, I checked out my Hypnos moveset and noticed both of these moves in his possession. So I'm willing to believe that when I was fighting Misty, Blocky, for whatever reason, decided to take Hypnos moveset, and possibly stats too, but I'm not really sure. I tried doing several things to replicate Met's version of Blocky, including boxing certain Pokemon and trying to run into him on different routes, but nothing did the trick. Hopefully discrepancies like these keep to a minimum in future videos. Alright, back to the show. He can fight fine though. I'm not sure if he learns any TM or HM moves. I guess we'll find out as time goes on, and when we get our infinite candy supply. When I'm using him in battle, Blocky is missing a chunk of his head. Humorously, it kinda resembles his battle sprite's shape if you think about it really hard. He leaves a random Q behind every time you use him in battle. Get used to seeing Qs. Gen 1 glitches really like Q for some reason. Now, another thing about glitch trainers is that depending on where you fight them, they may have ungodly levels for glitches. The most common ones I've seen have levels up to 111. With this in mind, I decided there should be some preparations, like Fatty. Fatty the Raichu is too weak to stand up to this stuff, so we should toughen up. So I'm gonna take him to the grass left the Cerulean to train. Wait, where are all these moves? They're blank. I guess I may as well try out this Misty type one at the very top. What? Holy shit, look at that attack! Whoa, wait a minute. Raichu's evolving? Wait, does that mean the rumors are true? Am I gonna get up? Wait a minute, how did you just... I don't even... Ah! What? No lie. After the Spearow died, I went through nearly 20 evolutions, all involving either Fatty or this mysterious GG that just suddenly appeared on my team. It was easily the weirdest fucking thing I saw all day, and after all that, the game took me back to normal. Well, almost normal. I brought up my start screen only to find out that my character name has been erased by glitch blobs. I decided to see if it would crash when I opened this menu, and to my surprise it didn't, but not to my surprise, it looked pretty weird. Then there's this reset option. I was incredibly curious, so I had to try and push it. And, well, it's what it says on the tin. I think that's a better note than any to end this part. Next time, new impressive Pokegod, an explanation on what just happened, oh, and I guess the SSN. But before I go, time for the epic return of Rumor Bust. Let's check out Bill's backyard, why don't we? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in all its 4 spaces of glory, Bill's backyard / garden. No Pokemon or anything. We've been lied to, yet again. Sorry I had to break it to you. Again. Welcome back! Last time, Fatty decided to be a rebel and try fooling around with some glitches himself. As a result, I had to punish him. I decided to leave Fatty in the middle of nowhere with this dude. I could have put him in my PC or something, but after last time, I'd rather not take any chances. Now, you may be asking, how did Fatty the Raichu suddenly learn those glitchy moves? Was it the work of the glitched up Misty we fought? Perhaps it occurred when catching Blocky. Could it be a side effect from the Mew trick? While all these are fun theories to go into, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you and just straight out say I used the GameShark code. 4 codes actually. When you have all 4 codes on, every Pokemon in your party will have these glitch moves. All codes must be on, otherwise the game will freeze in battle. Even then, with the codes on, 80% of the time you try to fight them, the game will freeze on you, which leads me to my next point. These codes, which result in the moves, are very unpredictable. The constant evolutions is one of the many possibilities, another being freezing the game, which isn't nearly as fun. There is one other outcome though, but stay tuned for that one. Anyway, our next destination is the SSN and the 3rd gym. To my convenience, using the walk through walls code to pass by the guard post does not mess with the game at all, outside of some small cosmetic bugs with the rocket grunts. Honestly, if you wanted to, you could infiltrate Silph Co right now, but that's a thing I don't really want to. Considering all we get is a Lapras and a Master Ball, it doesn't really seem worth it to bother. Besides, I'm sure Silph Co will be fine. Now, it's time for our PokeGod of the Day! In today's episode, our special guest is A. That's all his name is, A. Legibly at least. A's cry is the sing attack. That is, it's the sing sound clip. If you ask me, it's sufficient nightmare fuel because sing by itself already is creepy. Alright, we're gonna cut to the chase here. I don't want A to land a move because his one move has the possibility to freeze my game and delete my save file in the process. Now A has a special problem that on one hand makes things less risky for your game when catching it, but on the other hand is just plain annoying. When you catch A for the first time, you get to see his Pokédex entry. Now, what happens at the Pokédex entry is strange. He just changes into Rhydon. The Pokédex won't freeze, and you won't get an evolution screen or anything like that. The game will just hand you a Rhydon instead of A. Now, a theory on why this happens is that the event is related to the fact that Rhydon was the first Pokemon coded into the game. Not the first thought up, just the first coded. As a matter of fact, Rhydon contains a hex value of 01, the second hex value, with the first being occupied by a different glitch Pokemon we'll run into later. As you can see by the stats screen, while this looks like a Rhydon, its stats are all out of whack. No Rhydon would be caught dead with 55 speed and 6 attack at level 14. Or be level 14 in the first place, but that's not the point. The point is, while the game may think this is a Rhydon, its stats reflect our glitchy friend. When you see his base stats in a moment, these numbers will make a lot more sense. Catching A a second time will allow you to skip the Pokédex entry, which will transform A into Rhydon, and you can use him in all his glory. A's overworld sprite is many different things. Sometimes it'll be an old man that loses his legs and head spastically. Other times he'll just be some sort of incomprehensible mess. His stats are around the same as the Rhydon we caught earlier. His moves, however, well, take a look for yourself. There's only one move. It has no name and no PP. Don't worry though, this isn't the same as what Fatty had last time. Also, check out A's Pokédex number, 250. Show that off to your schoolyard friends, they'll shit a brick. Here's something I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. After catching or encountering A, your game's battle sprites will probably get all bunched up, at least on your side. Your opponents will simply be mirrored the other way. Now, this is A's one move it has when you catch it. It's the Cool Trainer move that exclamation mark had in the first update. Now, I think I should finally explain why Cool Trainer and other trainer names like Misty appear on certain glitch/shark moves. Well, from what I understand, when the game can't determine the type of a move, it'll do one of two things. It'll either use some random glitch jargon which was left behind and was going to be programmed as a move type, and use that as a move type since it's close. TM/HM moves usually have this typing. If the game doesn't do that, it'll take a legible approach. Apparently, trainer moves have something similar to move typing, and the game decides to use that last trainer you fight as a move typing. If you haven't fought a trainer before, or if you fought a wild Pokemon after a trainer, then you get the Cool Trainer type. As you've seen, the more unstable moves are the ones that tend to have the trainer names as moves. You'd think it would be the other way around. Now, A's Cool Trainer move is weird, in that it has 0 PP when you catch it. What's weirder is that the PP can't be recovered by the Pokemon Center. You need a PP up to raise the PP to try the move. The move itself has the same animation as Fissure and does similar damage. However, if the move does not kill the opposing Pokemon, then your game will freeze and there is a possibility of save data erasing or corrupting. Be very careful using A when you try to catch him and fighting him when he only knows the Cool Trainer move. That reminds me, here's the Glitch Dex entry for A. A is a bit more dangerous than H-Poke in that he has the ability to erase your save file if not carefully taken care of. His cry is the regular sing attack sound, of course it has to be one of the creepier ones in the game, and when using him in battle, his back sprite will vary. More fun for you dudes to draw interpretations, I guess. If you catch A at a low enough level, it will start to learn the moves Payday, Guillotine, Razor Wind, and the Cool Trainer move. A learns a lot of TM and HM moves, so we're going to keep him in our party for a bit and actually use him to see what a good bunch of these moves do. With that covered, let me explain another neat thing about A. At his level, A only knows the Cool Trainer move, but he's one level away from learning Gust. Now the Cool Trainer move is a bit useless and too risky, so instead we're gonna do the whole switcheroo trick until A levels up. When A learns Gust, it'll automatically replace the Cool Trainer move, and A will also automatically learn Payday, Guillotine, and Razor Wind. The moveset is pretty weird since A has the capture flag of a Krabby, but I guess weird is kinda what you're supposed to expect for these guys. Now what better place to train A than the third gym in the SS Anne? I decided to tackle the gym first since it had higher level Pokemon, and hey, sequence breaking. And would you look at that, A's overworld sprite changed again. The third of his 3 forms. This thing I cannot comprehend at all. It kinda looks like diapers, but something awful user Crashman believes it's a messed up overworld plant Pokemon sprite. After thinking about it, I find this one a little more believable. What do you guys think it looks like? Oh, I should mention that after catching A, the opposing Pokemon sprites won't mess up if they don't get hurt or do a move that causes the sprite to flash. If such an event occurs, this happens. Quite frankly, I find this to be a far more appealing look for the Fat Pikachu of old.
I'm just kidding, I miss you, Fat Pikachu, please come home.
And now, his final form. Balls. And then, Lieutenant Surge summed up this entire LP in one single screenshot. Unfortunately, despite beating the gym, A still hasn't leveled up yet. He needs a ridiculous amount of XP to level up, over 2,000 when he's only level 13. I should just go back to Cerulean Cave and train him off there, but I wanted to check out a few things in SS Anne, and I got far more than I bargained for. This sailor has a little nugget of dialogue if you play a pirated version of Fire Red and Leaf Green. By the way, if you like this game, buy it or die. What a nice piece of text. If I was a 6-year-old playing the game that was unknowingly pirated, I would have thrown the game in the fucking garbage disposal. Anyway, it seems I forgot to get the SS Anne ticket from Bill. Be right back. Ah, yes, the SS Anne area. The map that shows SS Anne is pretty boring, honestly. If you walk/surf around the water, there's a bunch of walls surrounding the ship that are just out of sight through normal means. Other than that, there's nothing interesting here. Nope. The SS Anne is boring. At least that's what I thought. And as I beat through a bunch of trainers to help A level up, I ran into Blue. Cool, I thought. He has some high level Pokies, good XP, what can go wrong? When one of your glitch Pokemon decides to break a law, everything goes wrong. So this is what happened. I battled Gary not thinking anything weird would happen, and throughout most of the fight this was true. Then Gary took out his Ivysaur, and I accidentally switched in Blocky instead of Mew to substitute for A. This wouldn't be a problem, except those moves that Fatty had last time, Blocky has them now. The fucked up part about it? The GameShark codes that activate the moves are off. No Pokemon should have them, yet they're there. Even Fatty didn't have the moves, but somehow Blocky inherited and kept them. Blocky did something. There was no attack animation that indicated what he did, but eventually the Ivysaur just burned itself to death. What followed after is similar to the evolution chain that recently occurred. Ivysaur's face gained EXP for some reason. Apparently Blocky is my PC? I gained what? Damn, I'm pretty cool. Y'all better watch out. Again, a Pokemon appears on my team out of nowhere without my knowledge. I never laid eyes on this die, and never will. Whoa, hang on a second, I just saw it die. It was scared. The fear in its eyes contained the call for help as glitchy flames slowly engulfed it. Oh. I guess I'll pick the top? And then the game froze. So now things are happening beyond my control. Things may only be more interesting from here. Next time, I'll finally get A to level up. Probably catch another Pokegod, or not, I don't know. Definitely gonna get another badge? Fuck, I don't know anymore. Before I send you guys off, it's time for another rumor bust. Nope, nothing interesting here. Why yes, hello. Last time, like Fatty, Blocky decided to go rogue and attack the game by having game-breaking moves he shouldn't have. Quite frankly, I don't condone such behavior, but I don't think there will be too much harm in keeping him for now. After the sabotage, I decided to reset the game and fight Gary again without taking out Blocky, and then after that, I grinded A up a little bit. And as you can see, the results have been satisfactory. A learns a new move, and as a result, Cool Trainer is gone, and we have a nice coherent moveset now. I hear Guillotine is useful. To our convenience, A also learns a TM move one level after learning his 4 other moves, one of which being Razor Wind, which is going just as soon as it arrived. Now, I've recently discovered that Bulbapedia actually has a pretty good in-depth article about various glitch moves and their damage and accuracy, which means I can be a bit more informative about them. In this case, TM8 is a normal type move with 30 base power, 17% accuracy, and 20 PP. These attributes make TM8 a really lame move. It has the same characteristics as Hitmonlee's high jump kick, except nowhere near as good. As you can see, it has a pitifully low attack, and it's a normal type to boot. It misses a lot, and whenever you miss, you get hurt. I would definitely suggest against relying on this move in any way. It's got a really funky typing going for it though. This is A's unique glitch typing, and I'm quite fond of it. With that out of the way, it's time to announce what we're going to be doing for the next couple of updates. If you can kindly divert your attention away from Red, who has become fucked beyond fixing, please take a gander at the badges. We've got about 3 more left to go before we can finally duplicate rare candies in Joy and Glee, as the grinding in Cerulean Cave can finally be over. Seriously, these Pokegods need an assload more XP than normal Pokes to leveling up. Having to grind in Cerulean Cave is ridiculous, which is totally what I'm doing, by the way. I'm mainly pointing this out to show that I'm not just ignoring our old Pokegods as we get new ones. They will all become properly leveled in due time when I can start cloning the candies. Now it's time for our next Pokegod. This one, in my opinion, is where you start getting into some serious shit. Meet Point 4. Point 4 is quite honestly the game fucker. If you encounter and catch Point 4, it will make your game go on its knees and have the game suck its glitch dick. When it's done, Point 4 will grab a hammer and keep slamming the game on its head until it's quite near death. And then, only then, if Point 4 feels merciful enough, it will keep the game going, only to have it probably die within the next couple of minutes. So of course I have to catch it. It's not like save states get affected by in-game glitches, right? Right? Right. Notice how Point 4 has somewhat low health. I didn't have to weaken it, but I wanted to show this off, showing that it took a level 15 Pokemon several turns to whittle down the health of such a low level Pokemon. Point 4 usually has the upper hand in defense, and I will explain why I say usually. Lucky for me, I'm not forced to look at Point 4's Pokedex since I've already seen Magneton, which are somewhat common in the Cerulean Cave. It seems that you didn't actually have to catch the Pokemon with a similar capture flag of a glitch Pokemon, simply seeing them is good enough. Who knew? Here are Point 4's stats and moves. Apparently his first type is Pokemaniac. I have no idea why this is, it's not related to the glitch move explanation I gave last update, it's just a thing. Point 4 is also pretty weird when it comes to moves. You may notice that I caught Point 4 at a very low level, which was kinda going against what I had going on with the other Pokegods. That is, I caught them as I got into higher level grass patches that led to the next gyms. Well, interestingly enough, if you catch Point 4 at a level more than, let's say 5, somewhere around that area, Point 4 gets those fucked up glitch moves that cause the game to go whack, which I actually found an explanation for, so hold on tight for that. When you catch Point 4 at a low level like I did, his moveset is still weird. Hopefully I don't have to point out that Point 4 has 2 of the same move. He also has TM29 and the Nameless move at the top. That Nameless move right there, that's one of the big things that makes Point 4 very dangerous. That move is similar to the shark moves that I made Fatty use, and according to Bulbapedia, it's defined as a super glitch move. What is a super glitch, you may ask? Well, it seems that super glitch defines a large amount of unstable glitch moves that reside in the Game Boy's hexadecimal slot AC to C3 in the Pokemon Red and Blue American moves. They look weird, usually have no name and some strange typing, and most, if not all, cause a similar occurrence called the TM Trainer effect. This, as we've seen, changes the player's name to TM Trainer, that is followed by unreadable glitch dialogue. Then, as we've seen before, the health bars go crazy, and some burn, poison, frozen damage causes the Pokemon to slowly lose health, and the health bar loops several times before finally fainting. What happens after is pretty big fair game. Why does this happen, you may ask? Well, it seems that these attacks will scramble around the game's RAM, which usually causes the game to freeze after the completion of the super glitch move. To be honest, using the super glitch itself won't really erase your game, but if it's used against you, then you're probably in trouble. Quite a lot of words, I guess I should put in Point 4's glitch dex while we're at it. Point 4's first attack has some unusual effects. Sometimes it will have the super glitch effect. Other times it will do some incomprehensible things such as turning enemy Pokemon into Vulpix. Sometimes the move will have no effect, and it can also make Point 4 take a nap. Like other glitches, catching Point 4 will make your in-game battle sprites all scrambled. Point 4 is unique in that it naturally learns 3 of 5 HM moves. When Point 4 learns some of its later moves, it will cause weird effects, giving you extra Pokemon that will be poisoned and faint. Healing at the Pokemon Center or by your mom will cause strange effects too. It's not recommended to actually catch Point 4, as it has been known to corrupt save files. If you've lived through that and sound interested, guess what? We're gonna see how it all goes down, so let's get started. I guess I should show off how Point 4 looks in battle first, if you use him normally. Here's how Point 4's attacks look like on a good day. The top glitch attack is of the flying type, and will keep switching in name-wise. It can be things like your rival's name, but will change quickly to look like different things, and it's usually just glitch blobs. The TM move is just the same as always, having the same typing as the last trainer you fought or cool trainer. The statistics for TM28 are as follows. It's a bug-type move with 85 base power, 46% accuracy, and 30 PP. This actually makes it the strongest bug-type move in the game, and while it has terrible accuracy, it's the best out of any TM move we've seen so far. Using it is completely safe, and the only downside is that it will probably make Point 4's sprite disappear. Actually, I should point out, Point 4 has 2 sprites. One is the one we can see now, and the other is some weird floating thing in the air, very tiny. As a result, if you catch this other form and send it out to battle, it will have the smallest back spray of any Pokemon in any of the games. For some reason I couldn't encounter it. Also, Point 4's cry is of that little nudge sound Pokeballs make when you're trying to catch something and it shakes. Against certain Pokemon like Rattata, and pretty much a lot of the early wild Pokemon, Point 4's mystery move will have no effect, making it about as useful as Magikarp Splash. That's pretty much all there is to show from here. Let's see what happens if we can make Point 4 learn its next move, TM05, at level 9. Pretty normal so far. I tried to make Point 4 forget one of his 2 agilities because seriously, he doesn't even have use for one, but then of course something happens. Point 4 doesn't know that move? Oh no, here we go again. Right after all this was over, I made a separate save state for this. I know what's up now, and I'm ready to abuse what happens post-game. In case you're confused, let me explain. Before Point 4 evolved, I made a save state. This save state is what we're going to use to progress through the game as normal as we can. The save state I made after Point 4's level up and learning a move, that's a separate save state that we'll be using to play around with for now and revisit later. There are some rules that I, and hopefully you, have learned when traversing the apocalypse. One important rule is that the Pokemon screen should never be viewed. Ever. Doing so will introduce a white screen that one cannot escape out of, leaving red to eternal madness. As you can see, after the evolution chain we've gained some Pokemon, I only had 5 before, and it appears half have been status affected. Point 4 has transformed from a somewhat harmless level 8 glitch into a monster. You can't see it now, but he's actually over 200 levels. The start screen has been morphed into a bastardized version of its former self. Check out my name. It switched from Met to TM Trainer, hence how the TM Trainer effect got its name. As I said before, we can't view the Pokemon, so let's see how our trainer card is faring. Well, not too well. Also, my name is now PC Pokey. Make up your mind, game. Make up your mind. Unfortunately, this is where I have to pull back the curtain again and derail the story. There's a lot more that can be shown with Point 4's little hellscape, but unlike Met, I was unable to replicate the effects. Instead, I just get this. And this. And this. For now, we're going to put a pin in the Point 4 adventures and continue on with the main story. From Cerulean, we reach Lavender Town through the Rock Tunnel, or rather, over it. I was actually a little worried about hacking over the Rock Tunnel because one wrong move out of bounds and you can crash the game, as I've shown time and time again. There wouldn't have been anything entertaining in Rock Tunnel anyway, we would have just steamrolled it. Lavender Town is actually one of my favorite tracks in the game, despite it scaring the crap out of little me back in the day. It's nice and moody. Speaking of moody and depressing things, fighting Blue here? There's supposedly a whole reason behind it. Basically, when you fought Blue at the S.S. Anne, he had Eradicate. When you fight him here, he doesn't have Eradicate anymore. Supposedly it died, and he was there to pray for it. The Fire Red and Leaf Green translation does a lot better job in expressing it because Blue actually seems a bit peeved off in that version. Here, he's still all cocky and one-dimensional. Whatever, Mew kicked his ass easy. I also like to think that Blocky was the one who killed the Eradicate, sending him to glitch hell. Oh man, this ghost scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Unfortunately, I'm really disappointed in it right now. It seems that not even glitches are enough to defeat this thing. Even a Pokegod is scared to fight it. Even if you have an encounter only this Pokemon cheat on, the ghost will still be the only thing that appears. Someone mentioned using a Pokédoll on it. Yeah, it didn't do shit. I just escaped from the battle like normal. God, this ghost was so disappointing. Didn't do anything. So fucking mad at this ghost. As a matter of fact, I was so pissed by the ghost, I just left it there. Let it haunt for all I care. I'm gonna leave it alone. If you guys know something fun to do with the ghost, tell me, cause I can't think of anything. For now, we're gonna fight Erica. Remember when I said A's Gi team was really good? This is a good representation as to why. A not only went first for Erica's first 2 Pokemon, despite being vastly underleveled, but he OHKO'd Victory Bell. I was getting excited to defeat Erica pretty quickly, but A missed on the second Pokemon and then started getting his ass kicked. We send in Mew to finish the job, and I get my rainbow badge. Unfortunately, it's neither fly nor surf's usage, but strength. Well, that should be it for this update, but I wanted to put in a particular in-game glitch that's very easy to do and very near and dear to my heart. This house is the southernmost east one of Celadon City. It's a hotel for people. Normally, this makes it pretty much one of the most useless areas in the game since no one there gives you anything or says anything interesting. However, that is all redeemed by one simple oversight. There's an invisible PC here. How cool is that? It's pretty much the same spot where a normal PC at a Pokemon Center would be too. As a matter of fact, this hotel pretty much has the exact same geography as a Pokemon Center. Call a hunch, but I think that this place was supposed to have much more in it and Game Freak didn't have the time to include it. If only we knew. While we're here, I might as well try and show off a cloning glitch that a generous goon has informed of me. It's a finicky process, and quite honestly, I myself wouldn't recommend it since it involves turning the game off when it's saving, which usually doesn't lead to anything good. But hey, if you're good at timing, the first thing to do is switch to an empty box, then put the Pokemon you want cloned in it. We'll use Mew for this. Next, we have to switch to another empty box. Now, before Gen 3, the game had to save when switching boxes, which was, let me tell you, the most goddamn annoying thing if you had a lot of Pokemon. When you click on a box to switch, the game begins to save. Right when you press the A button to switch the box, reset your game. If you did it right, you have the Pokemon you wanted to clone in your party, and it's cloned in the box you put it in. Congrats, you now have 2 of your original Pokemon. I have to say this though, this trick was really hard to do. In fact, it was, well, impossible. I pretty much only managed to either not clone at all, or corrupt my save file. It's probably because I was trying to do it on an emulator. I imagine it'd be a lot easier on original hardware. That's it for now, everyone. Until next time... Wait, before you go. You may be wondering how the game can keep going on despite some of the crazy stuff that's happened. Well, local coding wizard NRVNQSR has the answers.
Memory protection is a system that prevents programs from reading or writing bits of memory that they shouldn't, either because they're not allowed to or because the memory doesn't even exist. If a program tries, it will crash. When a modern game crashes, 95% of the time, it's memory protection that strikes the killing blow. As the game gets more and more confused, it's more and more likely that it will ask a question it shouldn't and the system will smack it down. It might be called an access violation or a segmentation fault, or a dozen other names, but they're all the same thing. All modern PCs and almost all modern consoles have some form of memory protection, but as you go further back in time, especially on smaller portable consoles, it gets rarer and more limited. Memory protection isn't free, and processing power was at a premium. So when a Game Boy game asks to read a bit of memory that's slightly wrong, sure, go ahead. When based on that, it tries to write a chunk of memory that's miles away from where it should be, like smack in the middle of a Pidgey's sprite data, no problem. It can just keep going around in circles, getting more and more confused. It's all crazy, but without a memory manager keeping an eye on things, none of it is actually going to make the game crash. As long as the game can find its way back to a code that works again, it can carry on as if nothing happened. When a game on an old system like this actually crashes, it's usually because either the hardware has been asked to do something completely impossible, like dividing by 0, although some systems will try anyway, because the program has gone into an infinite loop, or because the programmer has specifically told it to die, like if the player encounters a Pokemon that shouldn't exist, then crash. Many games use that last one a lot. Better to have the game crash than let it continue in a messed up form, especially if there's risk of it messing up their saves. Obviously, Pokemon isn't one of those games.
So before we start this update, let me explain how stupid I am. This is the house of the lady that gives you Fly, right about Cycling Road. Due to my bad memory of the first gen Pokemon game badges, I thought I needed to beat up Sabrina or something to get Fly, but I recently remembered that I can already use Fly. The Thunder badge you get from the 3rd gym lets you use it. This lady always weirded me out. Oh no, you found me! Here, have this HM and don't tell anyone I'm here! As if I could talk anyway. Now, 2 of our Pokemon can learn Fly, Mew and Blocky. Ever since the whole fiasco against Gary at the SSN, Blocky has kind of been dead weight, so perhaps we can make him useful for us as an HM slave. Pretty normal as far as normal goes for us. I decided to replace Blocky's top move. The move names seem to go over the forgot and learn, so the process kinda goes weird, but the game is still working fine, at least for now. Oh dear. It seems that after learning Fly, Blocky decided to leave us a present. Looks like the blacks and whites are inverted. I also got a mess of glitchy items now. My neat collection of Master Balls are all cluttered now. Trying to use them makes a bunch of glitchy symbols appear in the text, followed by Oak's usual, "not the time for that." Bunch of these weird glitchy blocks. If you use them, it freezes the game. And yeah, besides the Master Balls, trying to use anything else will freeze the game. Going back to the start screen seems to be fine. Can't look at the Pokemon screen because the game will freeze, so let's check out our Pokedex. Well, hey, it looks like I own more Pokemon than I've seen. That's not strange at all. It goes all the way down to Zapdos for some reason. I wonder why I decided that one. Bringing up the trainer card puts this mess up. At least eventually. It took so long I almost resetted the game. My start screen seems to be invading every screen in the game. Start screen needs to know its place. Pretty much everything else is not worth mentioning. The only thing left to do is see what happens when you get out of the start screen. I'm amazed at how the emulator crashes at some of these things. The RAM simply gets so screwy that the emulator has to give up. That's pretty much what happens. Another thing about Super Glitch is that no matter how you look at it, it will mess up your game. Trying to switch a move, Super Glitch activates. Trying to view Pokemon stats, Super Glitch will work. I'm pretty sure I don't even have to mention its involvement in battles. With that out of the way, I should explain an interesting roadblock that stopped me from doing the glitch I plan to do this update. Zazz, I won't explain what it is or what it does, but it's a glitch that you encounter in battle. Okay, I guess I told you some part of what it does. Zazz occupies the hex values of 251, 252, 254, and 255. This would normally be fine and dandy, just use a GameShark Pokemon encounter code corresponding to those values and make the glitch appear, right? Except the damning thing is that it doesn't work. If you use such a code, Zazz won't appear. A glitch will appear, but not the one we want. Although they do have some pretty cool effects. We'll be looking at that now, actually, but I just want to establish that I'm going to save the Zazz stuff for later. I would need a Pokemon with a special stat of over 250. My level 100 Mew is only 240 or so you can understand that encountering such a Pokemon will be a bit difficult at this point in the game. I could use the Mew glitch to encounter Kadabra or an Alakazam and then grind those to level 100, but then I would need to find a Pokemon with a special stat of 23, and no one knows, to my knowledge, where to find that kind of Pokemon. Yes, I could just shark it and shark the rare candies, but that would be lame. Don't worry, we'll get to it when we can. I just want to use special in-game methods to do so. Until then, enjoy this marathon of what I like to call Zazz clones. Our test subjects will be these bikers. You may notice that they're not on bikes. Sometimes when you break borders with walk-through walls on, the overworld sprites will mess up a bit. This is such a case of sprites messing up. Case in point, they look like a bunch of surprised faces. I can't blame them. Our first Zazz clone is Trainer 4, although the 4 only shows up for like a split second. It occupies the hex value 252. Any trainer you fight with the code on will convert to Trainer. The first time I tried to fight this guy, it resulted in like a mix of the already established biker trainer and this glitch. It was almost like the biker was fighting back from some sort of glitch infection, but after slapping in the code again, the glitch took over completely. This trainer only has Magnemite. The first Magnemite sent out never has a cry, but supposedly the more that are sent out during the battle, the more screwed up and long their cries get. I say supposedly because every time I tried to attack the thing, it crashed my game. Something, no memory protection. Even if we were able to attack the Pokemon, we wouldn't have gotten much farther than that. The game softlocks on the victory screen. Next up is R4, which seems kind of fitting in a way. R4 occupies the 251st hex slot and has a very high chance of crashing the game upon encounter. Much like the previous Zazz clone, Trainer 4, R4 crashes your game once you try to attack his Pokemon. However, R4 at least entertains, or disturbs us, by fucking with the audio channels of the Game Boy, making the trainer battle theme much less ear-friendly. Check it out. This, I don't even know what to call. But it has a nightmare fuel-inducing glitch Pokemon. Look at it. Am I the only one that sees the face? Here, let me point it out. I can't be the only one that sees that demonic smile at the lower half of its body. I'm not trying to pull your leg here, this thing seriously gives me the creeps. Ironically, we can fight and just kill it fine. No freezing or anything. This guy's just jealous that I killed his demon creature so easy. Actually, the game does seem to have a variety of error messages that appear if you break certain parts of the game. The only other one I've seen was 2 error, and that was for messing around with some homebrew shark codes. After beating this clone, he berates us with a seemingly endless onslaught of 9s. Eventually they do subside, however, and after the fight screen blacks out, we're actually teleported to a curious area. Random tiles, a Snorlax, and Pokemon Center music playing in the background. We could be in a deranged Pokemon Center, but because of the Gary Oaks that appear for a split second and the elevator cutscene, I believe the game is actually taking from Silphco. This place is pretty interesting actually. The first thing you might notice is our player character is missing. Despite this, we can still move around. That said, we don't have 100% control when moving in this place. You could be holding up and sometimes the game will move you in another direction, as shown here. The Snorlax I tried to interact with but was unsuccessful. It's like one of those eye floaters that you can never directly look at. The first time I entered this place, it crashed pretty early on, but thankfully this time I got a lot of footage of the area. I kept going north for so long, eventually the game seemed to give up and there was just this field of white, like we had reached some sort of end of a simulation. That would have been a pretty poetic place to crash, but it continued on for a little longer, producing more garbage. Then it crashed. Alas. That'll do it for this part of the episode. It's a little shorter than the others, but next time we'll be back to full length. We're going to be tackling a pretty big glitch in the next one, so stay tuned. Welcome to the second half of our Hodgepodge episode. Today we will... Oh come on, we haven't even started yet. Anyway, we've pretty much finished off the Zazz clones, at least the ones that are worth mentioning. There are possible others, but they usually crash the game before you can even see what they look like, so... Today we're going to start off with something I've been meaning to show for a while, but haven't been able to make work until recently. Glitch items. These are pretty much in the game for the same reason glitch Pokemon / Pokegods are, as in they're just there and take up space. Junk data, basically. You can access them through GameShark only, no exceptions. When trying to get them, you should have your codes like buying rare candies for free off, because for some reason they will override the codes for you to buy these items. You will be able to find them in any Pokemart, but Lord help you if you don't have a money cheat on, because these things are expensive. As a matter of fact, I think both of the items I'm showing you would be impossible to buy even if you saved up all the money you would obtain from every trainer in every game ever. I'm not even just talking other Pokemon games, I'm talking about like every game ever. With that out of the way, I have 2 items in stock here. I can't really give them a special name, so I'll just title the first FM and the second WSM. These two glitch items are cool in that they kind of mess with the game without automatically freezing like many do, and they don't harm your cartridge, from what I've heard, so it's safe to fool around with them. Here's what FM does. The more you use it, the more it corrupts your screen like a glitchy blizzard. Keep using it, and... Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the Pokemon White Demake, Marvel in its glory. Feign excitement as you talk to invisible NPCs in Purgatory. I use this item in Celadon City, obviously, and I'm talking to one of the NPCs, the Rocket, actually. See, when you use this item, you just enter this white void as NPCs walk around. They'll flicker in and out of existence, but you can talk to them. There is a way to leave this hell, though. Just go through a door. Everything will be back to normal, like nothing ever happened. Of course, that's a little difficult since you can't really see where you're going, but I managed to luck out and just walk straight into the Pokemon Center. Using WSM gives you a weird message. Your Pokemon box is full, so you can't use the item? That doesn't even make any sense. That's silly. This item's silly. FM was kinda cool, but I'm feeling a bit underwhelmed by that last item, so I decided to go shopping. At the Celadon Mart, I picked up B2F, completely free. That's new. Using B2F makes a giant white box appear in the top right. A little victory jingle plays for some reason. Then, as if a blast to the past to update 1, a random Pokeball appears and tries to catch this jumbled sprite mess out of nowhere. People say it's a bunch of messed up sprites from the Pokemon Center, but I think that's a bunch of bullshit. Not because I know where those sprites are from, but how the hell can you tell where those sprites are from? Okay, so some people theorize that the jumble sprites come from the area you're at, so if you use them at the Pokemon like I am, then it will be mixed Pokemon Mart sprites, otherwise Pokemon Center usage will result in sprites from that area. That's what people theorize, so let's check this out. So I not only use this in the Pokemon Center, I also use it in Celadon City, and lo and behold, it is taking sprites from that area. Pretty interesting, actually. Alright, back to the video. To my huge disappointment, it seems impossible to catch whatever it is the game thinks it's catching when using this item. It always brings up the same text box. After missing though, the game goes back to normal. Our fourth and last for now item is 10F. It was free, so I just decided to buy a bunch. When you try to use it, like half the text on the screen will be replaced with people sprite bits. In this case, it looks like a fisherman got caught in a nasty accident. Also, there's a guy standing on the elevator at the top left for some reason. It would seem like the game freezes here, but pressing the start button and exiting out of the menu puts things back to normal. Sort of. The man is not supposed to be there, and apparently there are invisible barriers and tiles where I should be able to walk. Walk through walls code saves me from this situation. This hallway was not here before. If you don't remember, the rooms in Celadon Supermart are just simple rectangles, like pretty much every room in the game. I'm actually amazed how authentic this looks, excluding the dude walking around in the Black Void. I was able to walk into the Black Void with no codes on and talk to the dude just fine. When talking, you can see how the room went back to normal. Apparently 10F mixes around the tile sprites and teleports you to a location that is kinda near to your last spot, but not exactly. Again, everything goes back to normal when you leave the room, but otherwise have fun hugging the wall for an escape. For some reason, when taking the elevator after using 10F, it appears as an option for floors. It takes you to the first floor of the market, but maybe Game Freak was planning on having more floors for this place? It's probably just the glitches again. It's always the glitches. Alright, that's it for now with glitch items. I think we've stalled a bit too long in Celadon, and I don't want to spend like 4 episodes stuck in here like I was in Cerulean. There are 2 ways to Fuchsia City, our next destination. Of course, we can only take the more stylish route. Walking down Cycling Road like it's nobody's business. What's actually funny is that Game Freak put what I call door border for the building that separates Cycling Road and Celadon. Basically, you could enter that building even if you were trying to walk through it by ways you shouldn't. I guess Game Freak was either really paranoid about people getting into Cycling Road without a bike, or they were a bit lazy in programming certain buildings. If you feel so inclined, you can hold the B button to brake on Cycling Road despite not being on the bike. Oh, of course sir, sorry, my mistake, it won't happen again. And with no trouble, we arrive at Fuchsia. Fuchsia City is great. As a matter of fact, it's awesome. It has one of the best abusable areas in the game glitch-wise. You probably already know what it is, but I'll leave you guessing while I show off some small things I've been able to discover after having them perplex me as a kid forever. Look at that! Game Freak actually put text for the little zoo Pokemon on display. All of them have exclamation marks for dialogue. It's both surprising and disappointing because if they didn't input text for these dudes, something interesting may have happened as a result. Or just another crash. Almost all of the zoo animals show half Pokedex entries for the Pokemon they're showing off, all except for this one. It's not because I'm reading this from behind. Front or back, this sign for an Ammonite is ellipses on both sides. I have to imagine it's because in-universe Ammonite hasn't been restored yet, but if that's the case, then why do they have it at all? I've seen these motherfuckers too many times. I remember when I thought they were rare. And this is the Safari Zone. Game Freak's wonderful experiment within an experiment. The Safari Zone is quite frankly one of the more loose areas in first gen Pokemon if you want to do glitches. That is because it has one very popular glitch that can be done without Game Shark. How about I walk you through it? Start off like normal. Go in, be a gentleman, buy your balls, and go outside. Don't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, go back into the Safari Zone building and say no to the guy asking if you're leaving. Do this twice. Save your game afterwards. I know this all sounds stupid and convoluted, but trust me, we're getting somewhere with this. This is Pokemon Blue glitches after all. I love how I only caught 8 or so Pokemon at this point in the game, with half of them not even being legit Pokemon. When the game properly resets and you're back in the Safari Zone, go back into the building. You're actually offered to join the hunt again, but you're already in the hunt? Refuse this man's offer and you'll be free to do what you want. Saying yes will only get you back into the Safari Zone with nothing special. Well, we're out now. That doesn't seem to have done much, right? Well, we gotta get a couple of steps first. What better place to do that than the cycling road? No better way to burn off those glitchy calories like taking a walk uphill. But I'm not in the... Wait, huh? What just happened, you may ask? Well, basically when we left the Safari Zone, our sprite may have been able to walk willy-nilly in the open world, but the game still thought we were playing in the Safari Zone. You see, the fact that the Safari Zone... You know what, we're just gonna call it the Zone from now on, alright? You see, the fact that the Zone was more of an experiment by Game Freak than anything meant that they would mess up on its development. One big overlook is the ability to save inside the Zone. Somehow, doing so while rejecting to leave before saving and then resetting the game has the game temporarily forget you're playing the Safari game when you re-enter the building. Dear God, what a run-on sentence. Then, if you refuse to go back in and are let out into Pokeworld, the game is like, oh, I guess he's in the zone again. So your steps are continued to be counted until, bam, you're teleported back here. That's not the best part though. You see, normally when you use the zone, you get sent back into Fuchsia, right? Well, you're timed out of the zone in an irregular area, so the game takes you to one of two places after leaving the Safari building. If the irregular area has any door tile, like a cave or a door, it will take you out there, as it's pretty similar to the door that you walk out of the zone sign-up building, so it's close enough for the game to count it.
Actually, the reason Glitch City happens is because of the door slot used to enter Fuchsia City, which I believe is door slot 5. Glitch Cities happen when the route you end in doesn't have an entry in door slot 5. Most cities do, most routes don't. I believe Pallet brings a Glitch City with it.
But 2, if the irregular area does not have a door or any building period, welcome to the other side, the Glitch City. There are several things to know when wandering around Glitch City. Do not save here unless you have a Pokemon with Fly, Teleport, or Dig. If you do save and you do not have such a Pokemon, enjoy your permanent residency. Walking around here is tricky. Unless you have the Walk Through Walls code on, you won't be able to go much anywhere. Then again, that may depend on what Glitch City you go to. There are no defined borders. You can quickly freeze the game by walking somewhere you shouldn't be. It's hard to tell where though, so be careful where you tread. Please keep your hands on the rails at all times. Please do not spit over the handrails. Glitch City is a myriad of tile sprites that can appear and change as you walk along. You may never see the same thing twice. To be honest, kinda doing it on Cycling Road was a bad idea because I can't stop walking down because the game thinks I'm in Cycling Road still. Despite what the game thinks, you can still find tiles of buildings and landmarks that can be found all over Kanto. Unfortunately, we can't interact with any of the signs here, but we can go into the grass. But all they have are the Pokemon that can be found in the particular route you are transported out of. There are plenty of trees to cut down here. Aspiring corporate bosses may practice their deforestation techniques. However, doing so in my experience only resulted in one thing. The tree will keep standing, no matter how many times you use cut on the tree, it will stay there. Apparently this can also crash the game too, but I tried it a lot and it didn't really work out that way. Figures the one time I try to crash the game it doesn't work, right? Here we can see Kanto's largest gym. Too bad there's no door. Hello, what's that in the distance? Behold our splendid sea of numbers and blocks, and who knows what else. It's actually quite safe to swim, or walk like I do here. Just be wary of the fact that the numbers can engulf you. Don't worry, it's very safe. Yep, no innocent slaughter here. It seems that we're leaving Glitch City. The tiles are readjusting themselves, and the game doesn't think we're in Cycling Road anymore. Wait, water? Why is there water here? Oh, there we go. What happened before must have been imagination. I'll just walk over this and go back to Fuchsia. Oh god, the city's been flooded. We should probably get out of here. Well, alright. We told you to keep your hands on the rail at all times. We told you not to spit over the handrails. There is no escape. Well, I got a badge to win. This poor sod doesn't know what's about to hit him. I think Koga's Weezing has the honor of being the first non-glitch trainer Pokemon to be 2-hit KO'd by a Mewspound. So, good for him, I guess. Still got the badge, though. Alright, I think that's gonna do it for this episode. Next time, since we've got Surf, we're gonna do the big one. You know what we're talking about. Game glitches up the ass. The glitches you have all been waiting for. Next time, we are Old Manning and Cinnabar Island surfing all up in this bitch. Before we go though, we're gonna try and do Glitch City in a different place. Here's Pallet Town, so enjoy that as we roll credits. Welcome back. We're up and running again, so let's go do what I think a lot of people have been waiting for. The Cinnabar Island, and if you're so inclined, Seafoam Island's duplication trick. To do this, we're gonna need a Pokemon that knows Surf. Now, normally the only way we can get Surf is by getting to the end of the Safari Zone. That requires effort on my part. That will not do. To remedy this situation, I searched out a GameShark code that lets you own an item that may make some of you guys raise your eyebrows and say, "Huh, neat." Don't be confused by the question marks for its name. This is really an item that functions as a surfing Pokemon. Henceforth, it shall be referred to as the Surfboard. Only recently has Pokemon begun to distance itself from the HM concept, but apparently this idea was being tossed around since the first game. The item duplication glitch requires that you actually own the item you want duplicated. We're gonna do it for a rare candy like any other young child would, because seriously, I'm sick of having Mew carry all the way. If you're in lack of rare candy, there's one near the entrance of Mount Moon. Of course, you have to go inside there. God, I fucking hate this place. Move the item you want duplicated to your 6th item slot. As stated before, the glitch can be done in Cinnabar and Seafoam Islands. However, doing it through the islands is really troublesome because you can't fly there, so you have to surf there and suffer a constant barrage of Tentacool and swimmers. You're better off just surfing south of Pallet to Cinnabar. Simply appearing there is good enough to have it added to your list of flight destinations. Quick note, you don't really need to fly. In my experience, when I did it with Seafoam Islands and ran into wild Pokemon on the way, I was still able to encounter the glitch Pokemon that made the glitch work. However, fly just makes things so much easier and faster. Why wouldn't you have fly at this point in the game anyway? Now, fly to Viridian and talk to the old guy that blocked your way for coffee way back at the beginning of the game. Say no to his question and you'll get a demonstration on how to catch a Weedle. Because as we all know, Weedle are so fucking hard to catch. Actually, they're pretty rare in blue, but that's not the point. Like Glitch City, this all sounds really weird and stupid complicated, but bear with me here. When the old man is done with his demonstration, fly back to Cinnabar. Now just surf along the coast of Cinnabar. Try not to get off the coast because you may have a chance to stop the glitch from working. I mean, I'm probably wrong, but you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Eventually, you'll start to run into Pokemon that have no business being on the coast of Cinnabar. One in particular is this one. Depending on your name, you will most likely encounter some wild Pokemon that you can't normally catch in the wild with an abysmally high level. In this case, I get Haunters at a level of motherfucking 132. These levels are the real deal too. The stats will go up with the level, so this thing can really wreck my shit if I'm not careful. Good thing I have Master Balls. Here's a look at the stats of the Haunter you just saw. As you can see, its special stat is probably the highest seen in this LP so far. It's completely safe to catch the overleveled Pokemon. You can use them to your heart's desire in-game, and they can be a fun, nasty surprise for any kid friends if you ever time travel back to the 90s. However, using them in-game, any experience you get will revert them back to level 100, which is kinda lame, but hey, level 100 Haunter. Now, this Haunter won't make the item duplication glitch occur. This is just the appetizer. However, these guys do. I humbly present MissingNo, or in this case, its sibling M. They're pretty much similar except for some key differences. I'll give you a hint. M is really stupid to use in battle. These guys are like the cornerstones of Pokemon glitches, maybe even glitches themselves. Their existence piqued the interest of nerds everywhere, leading to the rumor storm of Pokegods, glitch items, and long-abandoned cities of yore. They are the original glitch, and are the most well-known. I'm going to catch them both. Catching M right off the bat makes everything occur as normal. Until it doesn't. Even after capturing M, it still fights. Unlike MissingNo, M has the unique property in that to own it, you have to catch it in its sprite form twice. Why the sprite form and not the one we're fighting now? Turns into a Ditto. Sometimes M's first capture will result in the capture of a Rhydon instead. In my case though, the first catch was the genuine article, so I'm not really sure what triggers the change. In any case, I'm going to free up my party of this Ditto and deposit it into the PC. Don't worry about leaving the coast by the way, as long as you don't occupy a wild Pokemon area and stay in Cinnabar, there should be no chance of the glitch ceasing to work. Most importantly, I actually fucked up which item I wanted to be in the 6th slot, so we have a couple of examples of this. Regardless, encountering M has given us a bucket load of our 6th item, 255 copies exact. Not infinite. I don't know where people got that idea. You will run out of rare candies eventually, so you have to redo the glitch if you want more. So why do the items duplicate? In Gen 1, each Pokemon has a so-called Pokedex bite. This tells the game whether the Pokemon has been seen or captured. 0 equals neither seen nor caught, 128 equals seen, and 255 equals caught. The Pokedex byte of MissingNo and M is programmed in the same area as the byte that stores how many of the 6th item you have in your bag at the moment. So, when you encounter Missing No or M, a byte of 128 is input not only to the Pokedex, but to your item numbers as well, and a byte of 255 is added if you actually catch the glitches. I may as well explain that the glitch boxes that appear before the regular number are the game's attempt to display a number over 99, which obviously it wasn't programmed to do. The glitch box / title will change as you move from location to location, and sometimes it'll even animate like this cute little flower. Thanks to this oversight, we can now do something that I've personally been waiting to do for a while now, power leveling the fuck out of the Pokegods. I know I could have leveled them up anytime I wanted with the Sharkbird candies, but come on, that's no fun. In this update, I actually really bothered to level up 0.4 all the way up to 100. I'll post the moveset I got for it soon, but before I do, I believe it's worth noting that having 0.4 learn the move that destroyed the game so badly back when I first got him seems to be fine outside of battle. Delete Super Glitch, and everything will be okay again, and 0.4 will actually be pretty safe. Another cool thing about 0.4, it learns HM moves naturally. I'm pretty sure other glitch Pokemon do too, but 0.4 learns the most out of all the rest. I stuck Surf on it because Surf is pretty much the best move ever for any Pokemon that can learn it, I think. Be warned that when power leveling 0.4 and pretty much any other Pokegod, not Glitch, that's Missing No and M, that it will try to relearn the Super Glitch move at least once. Unless you want to put the game at risk / see more crazy shit, I would advise against doing so. In the end, we got a bitching level 100 Pokemon with some bitching defense and 3 glitch moves. Here's a brief overview on them. TM05 is probably the best buffing move in the game since it raises your evasion by 3 stages. If you thought Double Team was bad, you haven't seen anything yet. Of course, I'm sure trainers will find a way to still hit this thing after using this move. They cheat after all. TM09 is just a worse explosion. Of course, it's got incredible power, the highest possible, but with abysmal accuracy, you're better off not bothering with this one. TM28 has pretty good power and incredibly high PP, but like most glitch moves, its accuracy leaves a lot to be desired. Off the top of my head though, its secondary effect is unique, so that's kinda cool, I suppose. Feel free to dunk on me in the comments if I'm wrong about that though, and I'll rescind my kinda cool. Hopefully I don't have to explain Surf to you guys. If I get annoyed enough with the bad accuracy of 0.4's attacks, I'll just stick with Surf. With how much PP some of these moves have though, and with 0.4's super high defense, I don't think I should have much to worry about, unless it goes to sleep. Which happened a lot when I tried using some of the moves. They work, but damn 0.4 falls asleep a lot. Finally, with one of our Pokegods power leveled, we can go and check out M. M is encountered using the Cinnabar Island duplication trick, with specific characters applied to your character's name. It can be caught twice, but the M caught the second time will turn into a level 0 or 80 Ditto. When M gains a level, it will evolve into Kangaskhan. The moves it knew before will carry over, so you'll have a Kangaskhan that knows Sky Attack and Fly. Storing M into the PC will cause the game to freeze when you try to withdraw any other stored Pokemon, but for some reason this can be bypassed when playing the game through the Stadium emulators. M will appear as a Rhydon statue in Stadium and will not be able to fight in any battles. In Stadium 2, it will appear as a Ditto knowing only Transform. M causes much more damage to Hall of Fame records than Missing No. Encountering one will make your game save automatically, and catching one will give the most interesting Hall of Fame glitches. So in case you didn't listen to that, leveling up M causes something very annoying to happen. At least it's annoying in my opinion. Yep, when M levels up, it evolves into Kangaskhan, losing its glitchy name in the process. As you can see, Kangaskhan retains the moves it learns, so if you want to freak some old players out, go ahead. A shame there was no trade connection between Gen 2 and 3, but it's kinda understandable as to why. Regardless, I'm stuffing this guy in the box. He's boring. And we're about to get something that's just like him without being boring. I am, of course, talking about Missing No. Now you may ask, I only encounter Haunter and M along the coast, how can I encounter Missing No? Simple, with a name-changing cheat. Yet, what does my player name have to do with the glitch at all? Here is where I explain why the Missing No / item duplication glitch happens. When making the maps for areas where Pokemon would appear, Game Freak had a bit of a slip up, unsurprisingly. The strips of water east of Cinnabar and Seafoam were programmed to have Pokemon appear in them. The issue is Game Freak forgot to define exactly what Pokemon would appear. Normally this isn't a huge issue, only that the previous setting for what Pokemon appear still remain if you surf there. For example, say you were on Route 2 with Pidgeys and Rattatas. If you went to Cinnabar and surfed along the coast, you would encounter those same Pokemon, not at godly levels though. This brings me to my next point. When you talk to the old man to catch Weedle, Game Freak changes the variables that are assigned to your name to Old Man. This way, the game can show the player things like Old Man through the Pokeball. To do that, the game overwrites the variable you input to your name while the Old Man is on screen. The game needs to store the variables to make up your name in another place to be used again later. What programmers did was stick the variables of your name with the slots of what Pokemon you can run into and what level. Then, when the player enters a defined area where the player can encounter Pokemon, all the variables are put back into their respective areas. However, as a result of the overlook at the Cinnabar and Seafoam coasts, the game doesn't put everything back into place, and as a result, you fight Pokemon based on the variables used to define the player name. Now, how are levels and Pokemon determined? For levels, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th letters of the player's name determine the levels of the Pokemon you can run into. It's simple. Take the numerical equivalent of the letters A equals 1, D equals 4, etc., and add 127 for uppercase letters or 159 for lowercase letters. Symbols can also be used into play here. So if you have symbols in your name in specific positions, you can encounter some pretty powerful Pokemon. Now, if you want to catch a specific Pokemon, this is where letters 3, 5, and 7 come into play. Having any of the letters, no, uppercase and lowercase produce different results. Listed below in these spaces will make those Pokemon appear on the coast. Ironically, you can't catch me with this glitch because its hex is too low. Here's a list of the Pokemon you can catch with their respective letters. Notice how there are no special characters listed. Those produce different results. We'll save them for later. Now with that in mind, we can change our name via GameShark, how convenient, and encounter other Pokemon, like MissingNow. Everyone say goodbye to Matt for now, and say hello to Joshies. The S is in the 3rd and 7th slot and is one of the many variables that can make MissingNow appear. For reference, here you go. As you can see, we are now encountering different Pokemon. As a quick note, when changing your name, you have to talk to the old man again so the game can store the new variables. I also don't catch them up because, well, I wouldn't use them. Finally, here it is, the real deal, MissingNow, abbreviated for the phrase missing number. He was the first glitch Pokemon discovered and was made popular by word of mouth. So popular in fact, that people thought M and MissingNow were the same thing. I wouldn't really blame them for thinking that though, since they look so similar, it's just that they both do different things. Luckily it's not M, so catching it is as easy as any other Pokemon. Now, before I go any farther, let me iterate this as clearly as I can. MissingNow is safe. It will not erase your game. As a matter of fact, it is one of the most beneficial glitches in the game. If anyone told you that MissingNow crashed your game, do not believe them. Either they're bullshitting you, or they're thinking of a Pokegod or something. Also, I may as well say that MissingNow does not turn into Yoshi. I've heard some bullshit rumors about this, and for some reason they got reasonably popular back in the day. MissingNow is not some sort of pre-evolution of Yoshi, that's just stupid. You're stupid for thinking that. What I can confirm about MissingNow is that it does not evolve while leveling up, and it can level up past 100 if you catch it at such a level. It can go all the way up to level 255 through the use of rare candies. After that, goes back down to level 0, with 5 across all the stats. No matter how many times you level it up, MissingNo will not learn a move. Like M, it will be stuck with Sky Attack and 2 water guns unless a TM is given to learn otherwise. Before we move off this MissingNo stuff, let me just get this glitch dex out of the way. I can't really say much about MissingNo since it's pretty much a safer M. What I can say is that it's a placeholder Pokemon, filling up unused slots in the Hex list. And this time they're actually placeholder Pokemon, unlike when I accidentally attributed Pokegods to being placeholders. Obviously you can't catch MissingNo through normal means, so Game Freak thought it would be safe to just leave it there. It's theorized that MissingNo is a replacement for Pokemon that weren't able to make it in the game. With all that done, I should probably tell you there's another use for the Cinnabar Coast. We're gonna take a visit back to Fuchsia and find out what that is. Of course, the Safari Zone is involved. In fact, we're gonna do the Glitch City trick again, where we encounter probably the best known Glitch City. We'll also have a little reward on the side. To pass the step time while waiting to be ding-donged, just surf along the coast. Remember how I said the coast had no defined Pokemon area programmed into it? Well, this gives us a very helpful result. Thanks to Game Freak's mistake, you can encounter and battle Safari Zone Pokemon along the coast. You don't have to do the Glitch City trick to make them appear, so you can surf all you want until a Kangaskhan or a Chansey pops up for your Master Balling needs. As a side note, I tried doing the whole tapping lightly to make Pokemon appear thing, but I just couldn't do it, at least not on an emulator. Once the PA kicks us out, we're sent to a new part of Glitch City. Also the most well known, because you can go to it the same way you encounter MissingNo and M. Just to clarify here, there are no connections between MissingNo and Glitch City. Despite the popularity, Glitch City here is kinda lame. If you don't have a Game Shark to use the Walk Through Walls code, you'll get stuck a lot. However, if you do have Walk Through Walls on, you can do the usual with walking along broken rooftops. Alas, just like in Cycling Road, the water will eventually flood the area. Only this time you will be able to surf, without freezing the game to boot. Sometimes you can even find Pokemon among the waters. Some very interesting Pokemon. Hello everyone. Last time we left off on a special cliffhanger screenshot. One that involves me encountering a Marill in Glitch City in Pokemon Blue. I regret to inform you, if you haven't figured it out already, that to have such a thing happen under even the most glitchiest of circumstances is impossible. So how do I have a Marill appear in the first game without the use of Photoshop? You will need 3 things if you want to mess with your friends. A ROM of Pokemon Blue or Red, I'm not sure if this works in Yellow, a ROM of Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Crystal, and a Visual Boy Advanced emulator. You cannot do this on a regular Game Boy, unfortunately, unless you can somehow mess around with the internal structure of a Game Boy like you can with the VBA emulator, so sorry for those who were hoping to do that. The process is remarkably easy. Load up the emulator and start playing your Gen 2 Pokemon ROM as normal. Get your Pokemon, doesn't matter what it is, and venture out into the unknown. I guess you could do this without Pokemon via Game Shark, but that would probably require more effort than needed. Go out and encounter whatever Johto Pokemon you can find. For our experiment, we will use Eccentric because it is the earliest one you can encounter, though it was a bitch to find. We will now put our emulator God powers in use. Go to the tools bar of VBA and select the Memory Viewer option. You will be met with this very scary sequence of numbers and options. Do not panic, there is no math involved in your part. Instead, choose the Save option. Input this address and size, and save it under whatever name, as long as it has the proper extension, the one it gives you by default. Don't sweat the file name too much. Now go ahead and close this ROM and open your red or blue ROM. Go ahead and encounter an enemy, even a Pokegod, it won't matter. For the hell of it, let's horribly transform an M for our experiment. When you encounter a Pokemon, go to the Memory Viewer and click Load. Choose your file, then type in the address shown here. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you use this trick on a glitch Pokemon. And voila! Gen 2 Pokemon in a Gen 1 game. There's other videos showcasing this with more impressive Pokemon, but here you go. Alright, so a majority of the Missing No stuff is over for now, but before we can go on to defeat Blaine, we're going to take a slight detour. You may remember our run-ins with these guys. Originally, I planned to have the update in which they appeared to be a Zazaz-centric episode, only to find out that apparently GameShark can't make Zazaz appear. We were forced to use the Mew glitch. However, we're going to be utilizing it a bit differently this time around, as there is more than one way of doing the Mew trick. This is one of those ways. Remember this guy? We used him for teleporting out of a bug catcher's line of sight to obtain Mew. We're gonna do that again with another trainer, but he's gonna play another far more vital role. Thanks to our horribly amazing supply of rare candies, Abra has evolved and has leveled up all the way to 97. We're stopping there because we need Kadabra's special stat to range in the numbers of 251, 252, 254, or 255. For some reason, due to Kadabra's stat growth, or IVs, or whatever, I was only able to make it special 251, skipping all other numbers for just before or after 1. Kind of annoying, but if Bulbapedia hasn't lied to me, then all should work fine. The trainer we're going to use is in the route between Saffron City and Lavender Town. It'll be faster to reach him from Saffron, but you could have some weird things happen if you haven't given the guards a drink yet. If you haven't given any guards a drink, your character will do this weird thing where he immediately looks to the left and quickly steps to the right. It's not really dangerous or anything, but, you know, it's strange. Here's our trainer, a gambler. Again, there are plenty of other trainers that you can teleport/fly out of the line of sight, but excluding the bug catcher at the Nugget Bridge, this gambler tends to be the second chance most people utilize in case the aforementioned bug catcher has been caught. The drill at this point is the same as usual. Stand one space in front of the gambler's field of vision, for here the space is in the front of the door that leads to the underground biking path, and press start right when you go down. Teleport out of there. Or, well, actually fly out of there. We want our destination to be Fuchsia City, because the route to the east contains a very special and unique Pokemon. Oh, make sure you fight a trainer before finding the Pokemon, or else you won't be able to go to the start menu. For some reason, Pokemon battles don't count as a finished battle. Just be careful that you don't stand right in front of the trainer as he or she encounters you, or the game will freeze. Once that's done, go out and look for a Pokemon. Thankfully, despite being rare, we come across this Pokemon pretty quickly. Hopefully you know what the novelty of Ditto is. You see, before Gen 2, Ditto had a gimmick besides being an organic sellout. He can transform into other Pokemon. Don't ask how, but I have a sinking feeling that Kadabra is faster than Ditto, and any damaging attack it has would kill Ditto in one hit. See, the issue with Ditto's gimmick is that it takes one whole turn to transform, more than enough to mash it into little pudding puddles. So make sure you have some sort of stat boosting move or something to give Ditto time to transform into Kadabra, or whatever Pokemon you're using that contains the required special stat. When the transformation is complete, beat the living alright, I already said pudding, goo out of it? Make sure you don't use any moves that would lower its special stats. That could fuck this whole process up, but well, we'll see in a bit if that's true. Now, I couldn't find a decent explanation to what I'm about to say, so if this sounds weird, I apologize. From what I gather, it seems that when Ditto transforms into a Pokemon, the game registers you fighting a Pokemon that has the same stats that Ditto transformed from, except downgraded in a way that the stats won't equal in a way that a level 1 Ditto could immediately become a level 100 Mewtwo, as if it would have the chance to transform. Yet somehow the game still registers the battle as one against a Pokemon with a special stat as the same one Ditto transformed into. So allegedly, by the game's rational, you did beat a Pokemon with a special stat of 251. I don't know if Ditto still works the same way in later games, but apparently there's some funky stuff you can do to him in Gen 2, not involving the daycare. Anyway, with that done, fly to Lavender and go west. You'll end up in the same route as the Gambler, which means that start screen will pop up like usual and you'll exit out of it. The game goes into battle mode, and, well, you can see the rest. Okay, so it's time for another one of my fourth wall breaks. Now, if you've read the original story, you're aware that this isn't exactly what happened to Met. Despite me following the instructions provided by Met to a T, we got different results. But what's odd about this is the instructions Met follows in the original story still result in a game crash for him, albeit in a more interesting way. You see, what's supposed to happen when we follow these steps is a glitch trainer battle similar to the ones we saw in episode 5.5. But for both of us, using the special stat of 251 didn't work. But something that's even more interesting is the second time I attempted this trick. You see, despite Met's warning not to lower Ditto's special stat, I ended up doing it on accident. I was curious to see what that would lead to, and to my surprise, it led to the upcoming trainer battle, the one that was meant to happen in the story. Just another example of how volatile these games are, I suppose. Back to the video. I'm going to try to do this trick again to get the desired result. Since 251, for some inane reason, turns my Kadabra into a Bulbasaur before crashing the game, I'll try the next best thing, 253. To cut out the middleman, I did the trick again, same steps and all. Hopefully this time it works. Would you look at that? The Burning Boat Trainer. Normally I would be all blah 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 same old, but it actually has a full party of Pokemon this time around. Curious, I decide to fight. So the first thing the Burning Boat Trainer does is send out this monstrosity. I'm calling it that for two reasons. I totally see an outline of some giggling fat dude in that mess, and two, the cry this thing has, it breaks the game's music. It's like a slowed down version of the champion battle theme. Turns out that's all it takes for it to be incredibly creepy. Killing 8 didn't do anything, but the music continues to be bastardized, and it plays like this throughout the entire battle. After killing 8, Burning Boat has quite the exotic Pokemon collection. I'd be lying if I said this wasn't the most diverse party I've seen glitches have throughout this playthrough. And again, we haven't really met that many glitch trainers. Most of these Pokemon, I think Rhydon is the only one you can easily find, can be labeled as rare or only obtained once. However, what really throws me off is Burning Boat's last Pokemon. Yep, that's missing though. Sources state that these glitch trainers mess up RAM, which results in cases like this, but that's such a lame explanation to me. I personify my glitches with an attitude. Read my fic. I don't actually have one. Unlike the last time we beat the Burning Boat Trainer and got to explore Glitch Haven, this one crashed after a split second. But since I was recording, we can see what it looks like for that split second. Some may see this as a success, but I don't, because that wasn't a Zazaz fight. I'm not sure why Zazaz hasn't appeared despite using two different numbers that are supposed to call it down. These glitches can be so fickle. So instead, I shall point you to another video on YouTube simply called the Zazaz Glitch. Allow me to explain why this guy has things such as exploding Bulbasaurs in the video. Okay, to start, the Zazaz Glitch overwrites several game variables with the hex value 99. This is why there were Pokemon in the video that were level 153, because a hex value of 99 is equal to the integer 153 in standard decimal. It is also associated with the letter C in the move Explosion, which is how the player's Bulbasaur knew more than one explosion. This suggests, or rather definitely confirms, because you can see the effects right there, that the glitch has a huge change to the trainer's Pokemon data. Oh! Also, it seems that the hex value of 99 corresponds with Bulbasaur, explaining all of them in the party. Another thing this glitch does is somehow trick the Pokemon into thinking they are not the original Pokemon of the trainers, and act as traded Pokemon. Since the glitch has upped their levels to 153, they will disobey, because not even the final badge allows trainers to command traded Pokemon that are over level 100. After fighting or escaping the Zazaz glitch, you can do so by throwing a Pokeball, which ends the battle whether or not you somehow catch the opponent's Pokemon. Any other trainer you fight afterwards will become the player's trainer sprite, as well as their name, their transformed Zazaz name, or perhaps a different random glitch name. Most of the trainer's Pokemon will be Charizard M in red and blue, Q in yellow. We'll look into Charizard M soon enough, just know that Zazaz glitch trainers love to use them for now. By the way, don't save after fighting Zazaz, the game will break and become corrupted, so you'll have to start a new file. This sounds a little familiar, right? Remember the first battle I showed? I think I managed to fight a Zazaz without even knowing it. God fucking damn it. We're gonna put a pin in this for now, but we'll come back to it. We're mostly done with this. However, as an opportunist, I thought of something while fighting Burning Boat. That is, whether or not we can catch his first Pokemon, 8. And well, catching it is perfectly fine, just go straight to nickname and everything. There isn't any entry on 8 that I know of, and I'm not really planning on keeping him. There are only a few things I wanted to check out for this Pokegod? I don't even know. A quick overview of stats and moveset. Not exactly impressive. Its Pokedex number is 95, which is Onix, so I guess the defense and special stats would make sense as well as the moveset. Not to mention the abysmal attack. As a matter of fact, I tried leveling up 8, and I pretty much got the same moves Onix would learn, no super glitch or TM or anything. Pretty dull in that aspect. However, one more interesting thing about 8 is that its cry is this strange mix of one of the regular root songs. Sadly, that was all I was able to do with 8. Not wanting another blocky, 8 was promptly stuffed into the box for safety. Oh, in case you were wondering, yes, catching 8 does not make any sort of error appear, because the glitch trainer doesn't end up saying anything after the catching occurs. So is all this a waste of time? Of course not. As a matter of fact, you could say that this was only training for our new Pokegod, which we're going to obtain through the same U-Glitch tactic. H-Pokey, you have waited far too long for your power leveling opportunities. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait a little longer. Hang on. Now you can finally be fed rare candies, so we can encounter our new friend. H-Pokey is interesting in that it learns Conversion, a move where the user copies the opponent's typing. Normally only Porygon and its evolutions can use Conversion. To be honest though, the only use I can think of for it is as a stat-like turn to use so Ditto can safely transform into H-Pokey when it has to. Thankfully, we managed to get its special to 196. No, shenanigans with EVs or IVs here. This really is some strange crap, and I would have never believed in this if you told me about it when I was 10 or so. Then again, I may be overestimating my young self. I believe the friend who told me there was a trainer stronger than Red hidden in the ruins of Alphen Crystal. I looked everywhere. Strangely enough, Ditto transforms into H-Pokey pretty smoothly. Well, as smooth as you can get, I guess. And now it's time for the main event. Ladies and gents, through the Mew glitch, I introduce to you A's little bro, A. Try not to confuse them, as they are different in some aspects. Usually he appears as a Poliwhirl, but mine's kinda broken. I know I'm dealing with the genuine A though, because this guy's name is long. Very long. Anything that has A's name in it, like a text box, will require multiple button presses to get through. There's just a bunch of blank space after the glitchy block following his name. It's actually really annoying. There is a remedy though, just give the Pokegod a nickname. Doing so will delete out all the extra space. Also, check out the weird characters in the nickname screen. I don't think I was even able to select them, just a tiny side effect I suppose. Despite him not showing up as Poliwhirl when I battled him, you can definitely tell that's what this glitch is based off of, just by his moves alone. Here you can see the moveset just fine in battle. It looks like what a Poliwhirl or Wrath would know at that level, so I guess that's okay. We will not settle for okay, however. We have the power to turn these things into death machines, and that's what we shall do. During level ups, A doesn't really learn any glitch moves. TM50 is the most notable one, but it's not even that impressive. Just double slap with insanely high PP and low accuracy. As I continued to power level A, however, an impasse appeared. It seems that A, in my game, cannot go past level 13. After that, the game just crashes. I've read that you can go farther, but I've tried save stating right before the level and going up several times. Game froze every time. Sorry, A, you were just not meant to be the very best. I know I can learn moves like Mega Punch, Mega Kick, and like Egg Bomb, but mine was only able to learn Horn Drill due to its low level. To finish, let's check out A's Glitch Dex entry. A can be encountered by performing the extended Mew trick using a Pokemon with a special stat of 192. It appears that A's end of name character is improperly placed, which means the name is not properly terminated, because there are several lines of glitch blocks surrounding the name. As a result, you must press the A button repeatedly in battle to scroll through the glitch's name before every action. To eliminate this, give a nickname to the glitch. There are reports of the game freezing when it reaches level 9 and it tries to learn the TM50 move. This is pretty much a direct copy-paste with description, as it's pretty much stated what I already said before. Although I am curious about TM50 freezing the game, that never happened for me. With all that done, let's return to Cinnabar. We have one thing left to do there. That's kick Blaine's ass with our wonderfully overpowered MissingNo. Before we enter the gym though, here's a weird one. If you surf along the coast of Cinnabar for Pokemon, then leave and walk directly straight to the gym door, you get this message. That's not the weird part though. The weird part is that dude chilling on the roof. Why is he there? No one really knows. He's been given the nickname of Hanging Man by some. Whatever I said before about derpiest sprite in the game, I lied. This is the derpiest sprite. Come on, it looks like a dog. Of course, after taking down Blaine's Growlithe, MissingNo downgraded back to level 100. Game Freak just won't let me have any fun. I figured it wouldn't matter too much, since MissingNo still had a 60 level advantage against this Ponyta, but I was horribly wrong. MissingNo's speed and special just can't stand up to the Ponyta, and I wound up getting stun locked by one of the most annoying moves in Gen 1, Fire Spin. A move which leaves you immobile for several turns, unable to do anything, including use items or swap Pokemon. You stand there and take it. Luckily, the reliable trio of H-Poke, Point 4, and Mew were able to take care of business. We get our Volcano badge, and bid farewell to wonderful Cinnabar Island. Let it be known that all of the craziness in this update was done in GameShark, but the unique Pokemon we see here can also be encountered through the Mew glitch. Welcome back to our mind-bending adventure. Today we will be attacking Giovanni, the last gym leader. Wait. Well, first of all, my name's still Joshies. I can fix that, but it takes effort. I'll do it later. Secondly, we completely missed Sabrina. I can't do, so we're gonna have to go fight her next. Unfortunately, going to her is going to be pretty boring. Then again, I guess we do need a break after all that we've been through. Ah, Game Freak, your strange ear icon will never cease to confuse me, as it has nothing to do with games or freaks.
That is an ear, right?
And lo, a shadow sprints towards me. I have enslaved their kind, and now they seek revenge. I could see this coming. Ever since the inevitable resistance of Lord Fatty of the Cerulean region, I began to feel the pinch of failure. It grew as our adventures continued, and now it comes to this. I stand my ground with sword ready, prepared to fight any horrible creature that awaits me. Oh, it's just a Pikachu.
It's Pikachu! God damn it!
Welcome to Let's Horribly Break Pokemon Blue, Special Pikachu Edition. When Game Freak decided to make a third, or technically fourth, first-gen game, there was no doubt that they knew of the various glitches and quirks that were discovered by the players. Most notably the Missing No glitch. They were able to fix that in this game by finally changing those little strips of land by Cinnabar and Seafoam. That is not to say, however, that some things were still left uncalled for, such as the Mew glitch, which still worked, and still allowed you to encounter a Missing No. Not only that, but Special Pikachu Edition has its whole new cast of Pokegods. However, they are admittedly different. Game Freak made sure to make Pokegods and glitched Pokemon such as Missing No harder to obtain, and the whole game crash among encounter thing is a lot more strict, making them not as plenty to get. However, this has created side effects, and we're going to explore some of that in this update. It's nice to finally have some color, even if it's only going to be for a little bit. Black and white can be a bit jarring after a while. However, the addition of pretty colors comes with a strange price. For example, this is what happens in yellow if you encounter Pokemon with none of your own. To be honest, pretty much the same thing happens like in red and blue, except the colors get a bit funky throughout the fight. Not only that, but any Pokemon you encounter just turns red, like this Rattata. For all I know, this placeholder Pokemon could have the Cool Trainer move like in red and blue, but I wasn't able to find out. As soon as I chose the fight option, the game soft-locked. Something similar happens when fighting a trainer as well. With that disappointing truth out of the way, for some reason I really expected something different. Let's get Oak to give us a Pokemon. Now the intro to Yellow works a little differently than Red and Blue. In R&B, as soon as you step into a grass patch, Oak tells you to get out and into his lab. In Yellow, you actually have to move another step north, so Oak can walk into the grass with you. Oak still tells you the same thing, yada yada yada, except since both of you are in the grass, a wild Pokemon just happens to appear. Oh wait a minute, that's not supposed to appear there. Oh! Run, you old fool! Run! It's impossible for Oak to not catch whatever Pokemon runs into you there. Whether it be intended or glitchy, it will be caught. This may work for our advantage, except... This is a glitch that for some reason is unique to Yellow. If you can successfully exit a fight from certain Pokegods, a March of the Clones will occur. I can only assume this happens because of how a Pikachu follows you around in the game, and the data from that somehow gets mixed up. It's my best guess anyway. Also, Oak's sprite turns into the old man. There are just some traditions that will never change, I guess. Somehow, the game continues to truck along and attempts to finish its script. I don't even make it to the lab. In fact, I kinda lost track of myself. I think I'm the red sitting on the roof in the top left corner? Either way, this became the point of no return, and I had to restart. Oh, and the music is also stopped, in case this wasn't weird enough. Fine, let's just do things normally. So if you're not using a Game Shark like I did to force the game to have a glitch or other Pokemon appear for Oak to catch, you'll find the anime's Pikachu. Personally, I like the fat ones in Red and Blue better, but, you know, whatever. So Oak catches it, Blue steals the Eevee that was supposed to be yours, and then you kick his ass for doing that. Oh, well, I can't say I didn't expect this, but way to make me look bad. Quickly after this, Pikachu jumps out of his Pokeball because he's a free spirit or something along those lines. Hey man, sorry about that Eevee fight, I really thought we had that one. Maybe some glitch hunting will cheer you up? What do you say? Alright, still mad at me. Understandable. I'm sure opinions will change after we go through some of them, so let's get right to it. How about we try to fight the yellow version MissingNo ourselves? We'll be using the grass patch right above Pallet Town. How's that sound, Pikachu? You're really killing my vibe here, Pikachu. Anyway, there's something important I should probably say about the MissingNo of yellow version. Yellow version MissingNo and red and blue MissingNo only share one thing in common, and that's the name. Where red and blue MissingNo is helpful, usable, and safe, the yellow version of MissingNo, well, words can't really describe it. First of all, it takes forever to actually start the battle. Not only that, but the music stops after a few seconds of a black screen. I tried getting this guy to show up for at least a half hour before finding out on accident that it just took that long for him to show up. MissingNo's appearance in this game just completely fucks over the sound with what sounds like what happens when you accidentally hit an old game cart. Despite this glitch's more volatile nature, I was able to at least complete a battle with it. Unlike the original MissingNo though, I wouldn't recommend catching this one, just seems too risky. Next up, we have Female Symbol, one of the more well-known yellow Pokegods. She can be fought and captured on a good day, and right now I think the stars are aligning. So before I pursue this any further, I'm gonna do the Oaks Parcel quest to buy Master Balls. With 99 of them in hand, I'm able to easily acquire Female Symbol. The most notable thing about Female Symbol, her cry, for some reason didn't leave much of an impression in battle. Once she's in captivity, however, all that crying just to turn to a Rhydon. Just peachy. So of course, I go to try and catch another as I'm treated to Female Symbol's actual cry. Pikachu is able to shut it up, but I don't know how long that'll last, so let's just catch it in our Blood Red Master Ball and move on, alright? Its moves seem to mimic Omastar, I believe. What I don't believe, however, is that this thing is dual normal type. I think we need an Eldritch type. What do you all think? How about you, Pikachu? How are you holding up? Ugh. Yeah, the scrambled graphics thing is still present in yellow. And it seems to affect more than just the battle sprites, as you can see. Okay, with all the clones, Pikachu being all fucked up, and me not even appearing, I think we're going to abort on this world line and show off some other glitches. First two glitch Pokemon encountered, and both are horrible screaming nightmares. How about we check out the ones that are somewhat stable? What do you think, Pikachu? You're hard to impress. Let me introduce you to 3 Trainer Poke. A stable glitch, fortunately. It's got a neat color to it, and in terms of effectiveness, I would say that it's Yellow's version of H-Poke. Well, maybe a little more effective, considering it knows moves like Comet Punch, which pretty much fucked up my Pikachu. Pikachu's fainting cry is hilarious in Yellow, by the way. You have not lived until you've heard it. Oh, come on, you know I didn't mean it. So why don't we go and try and catch 3 Trainer Pokey? Should be easy enough, yeah? Yeah, not really. Not only do we get another Rhydon, but he continues to battle after being caught. Very similar to M, I might add. So you think that just like M, all I had to do was capture him twice, right? Well, yes and no. I did have to capture him twice, but for me, I only got 3 Trainer Pokey after the 3rd time I caught him in a completely different battle. Because the 2nd time I caught him... Oh, I feel like the game is punking me with this one. You may have also noticed that for some reason battling with 3 Trainer Pokey reduces my Master Ball count significantly. He's like the anti-missing though. On the way to the Pokemon Center, I check out 3 Trainer Pokey stats. Pretty dang good for a level 2 Pokemon, except for the speed. Guess it's a tank glitch. Again, you'll notice that glitchy move at the bottom of the screen. We're gonna test that out soon enough. Like now. Well, from research I was expecting the move to be Payday, but apparently my 3 Trainer Pokey is actually Gygus from Earthbound. Once I hover over the option for the 4th move, Pokemon Yellow decides to pull the plug. Fair enough, I suppose. Finally, here's a Glitchdex entry. The Glitchdex description of 3 Trainer Pokey is rather interesting. Apparently, when you encounter it in the wild, it will be poisoned. I've not had this happen. Also, when catching it once, its sprite will change to 2 vertical lines. Again, this never happened to me. Also, its back sprite can be that of a Tentacool, and it will evolve into a Kangaskhan when gaining experience. Nope, never happened to me. This is either me having a really weird ROM, or a great demonstration of how diverse some similar looking Pokemon games are in terms of glitches. Other reports state that its HP bar can stretch across the screen and even freeze the game. With all these reports that differ from my own, I can conclude that maybe this glitch isn't that stable and you should probably steer clear of it. Here's a quick showcase of another glitch Pokemon that just won't show itself. This one in particular was 4-4, a glitch Pokemon that refuses to be encountered normally in Yellow. However, there is still a way to obtain it. See, every Pokegod in Yellow has its own sibling of sorts in Red and Blue. For example, 4-4 is related to A in that they share the same hexadecimal identifier. That means that if you were to trade A over from Blue to Yellow, then it would turn into 4-4, effectively owning one. Of course, I can't trade or anything on the emulator, so that point is kind of moot. Yeah, it's kind of cool how the related Pokegods can be so vastly different from each other. 4-4 is a monster compared to A, as you can see. A black box approaches? Actually, it's P Pokemon P, the sibling of Point 4. Unlike Point 4, it's pretty safe to encounter and catch from the get-go, no super glitch risks or anything until level 100, but since we're not power leveling in this game, this won't matter. You may notice P Pokemon P has a black box surrounding it, just like female symbol. Again, it's a consequence from Yellow having color. Is it a bad one though? Well, kinda. If you want to see how many Master Balls you have, it is. You can faintly make out the numbers, but it's pretty difficult. These color glitches are kind of annoying in that they'll cover any text that stands in their way in any screen the Pokegod appears in, like the Pokedex. It should probably go without saying, but I had to catch it twice. Number 230, that's a Kingdra. Sadly, it doesn't have the moves or typing to represent it. Also loving the stats, it's like the exact opposite of 3 Trainer Pokey, where it has the stats of level 1 Pokemon across the board, except for defense. P Pokemon P behaves like pretty much a normal Pokemon would, except it has a giant fuck-off black box that covers text and it learns the usual TM, HM Super Glitch moves. Go nuts with it. It can be obtained via the Mew trick with a Pokemon that has a special stat of 194. This is X-X. It is unique in that it is purple. Like the color purple. Wow, that purple. I don't know why I'm so enamored in it, but I am. We gotta have this guy. The purple doesn't show up on the stat screen? Bummer. X-X has incredible stats, as it has very high base stats compared to 5 Pikachu. It's pretty comparable in spots. When this dude reaches level 1 stats of around 300, that's pretty fucking good. Now this guy I ran into by accident because I typoed a game. Yes, it is annoying to fight with. Try playing through the whole game with it. I'm sure something fun will happen. When Glitch Poke is caught, the sprite turns into this pukish green yet aesthetically pleasing. Now this is what I wanted to appear. This is Glitchy Charizard. It's not the only Glitch Charizard we will encounter. When the name appears, you have to press the A button multiple times to get pretty much anywhere in the menu. As a side note, this is what X-X looks like when used in battle. It doesn't block out the text or anything. Well, not really. Shinies didn't exist until 2nd gen. This is just the game. This thing pretty much has all the glitchy qualities A has, but it's not a sibling. Glitchizard has the same attacks any level 3 Charizard would. Moves aren't too interesting. What's notable is that on some occasions, entering a battle with Glitchizard will make the game slow down. I wasn't able to get that though. Not only that, but it's one of the glitches in Pokemon that have an interesting evolution table. See, this Pokegod is part of a 4-stage evolutionary line. You may be asking, well, what does that mean? Let's imagine that you caught Glitchizard over level 100, which is only going to be possible through GameShark due to the missing no code being taken out. If you were to level up Glitchizard to level 255, it will evolve into either a Magnemite or a Geodude. What determines this, no one seems to know, but these Pokemon then evolve into their own respective evolutions, i.e. Magneton and Graveler. Technically, Graveler could then evolve into a Golem, so you could end up with a Golem that knows moves normally only fire types would know. It's a bit too much trouble, but if you're looking for something special, there you go. Isn't that interesting, Pikachu? God, fuck you. Here's another Pokemon that freezes upon encountering, Q. Q is the sibling of Charizard M from Wait a minute. Time for redemption, everyone. Not only did Q not freeze on me, but it triggered the Zazz glitch. I don't know why this works, but it did, and I'm not letting my shot go this time. First thing we can check is our trainer card. Interestingly enough, our name isn't Zazz, but rather Zazz. This is definitely the Zazz glitch though, no doubt about that. Next are our Pokemon. All of them have been majorly affected by this glitch, except for Pikachu for some reason, who managed to come out of this relatively unscathed. The trademark number 153 is all over the place as well. After talking to an NPC in Viridian, I decide to battle our rival and see what they've got in store. As to be expected, his sprite matches ours, and he starts off the fight with Q. The level disparity intimidated me at first, but I quickly realized that all my rival does is use X attacks on Q. Even still, I'd need some higher level Pokemon to put a dent in this thing. Thankfully, I've been gifted a few. Unfortunately though, it isn't that simple. Because my name has been changed due to the Zazz glitch, my Pokemon are no longer listening to me. It takes way longer than it should to take down Q, but it happens, and X-X levels up because of this. X-X decides it wants to learn a new move, however, and the game crashes. I tried to see if this was a fluke, but alas, our time with Zazz is short-lived. This might seem like a little anticlimactic to some, but keep in mind this was supposed to happen like 5 episodes ago. Time to reset the world line again. This innocent little guy is 44HY. There's nothing really special about it, only that it has the same stats and moves as a Slowpoke. But it does evolve into Q at level 6, probably the lowest evolution in the series that doesn't involve happiness. Evolving 44HY is easy enough in Yellow since the Pokemon are higher leveled compared to the starter areas in Red and Blue, and are easy to kill thanks to stuff like Infusion. Okay, so before you get confused, Q and TM55 are the same glitches, just different names. Don't ask me why, they just are. Q is a pretty unique glitch among other Pokegods. One thing you may immediately notice is this. When Q is above Pikachu in your party configuration, Pikachu just disappears. It's not invisible or anything, it's just not there. Pretty handy if you don't want it to keep following you. You could take the easier route of stuffing it in a box, but that's no fun. If you move Q to the top of your party, this graphical mess occurs. The Pokemon are still there and usable, but the sprites and info slowly deteriorate into whiteness. It's not permanent though. Moving Q to the bottom of your party negates all the graphical effects. Q itself will still be invisible, but selectable. And it'll be invisible no matter where you put it anyway. It doesn't end there though. Q has a terrible curse of not being able to be healed at the Pokemon Center. This battle occurred after taking a quick visit, and Q was not healed at all. If Q faints, you are forced to use a revive. Finally, there's a very hilarious trick involving Q in the Pokemon box. Basically, if you put Q in the same box as other Pokemon and put them in a certain order, the stats will switch up. That means that you can have a Caterpie with the stats of a Mewtwo, while the Mewtwo gets the Caterpie stats. Doesn't work for moves, unfortunately. After a routine checkup at the Pokemon Center, I run into this strange sight. About the strange objects in this picture. I'll give you a hint. Besides the Pokegod codes, there are some fun Game Shark codes that involve turning certain NPCs into Pikachus. This code I have on, for example, turns Nurse Joy, all gym leaders, as well as some other NPCs into the rat. There's a few other miscellaneous glitches like this. Here's one that puts Pikachu and your sprite together, and here's one that's supposed to turn you into a Pokeball, but it only does it for a few frames at a time. As always, Pikachu's not impressed, especially since your sprite is now covering up his little expression box. And if you've played Pokemon Yellow, you know that Pikachu's only really like this in the beginning. I just never used him for fighting, so it's going to be all meh until new levels are gained. Despite his apathy, I've grown quite fond of the little rat. This Pikachu and a whole new game with all new Pokegods, we can really do something interesting. I hope you all enjoy this new LP as we go through the depths of Pokemon. And that's what I think about the healthcare plan. With Sabrina defeated, we only have one gym leader left, Giovanni. You may notice that I've changed my name back to normal. Kinda. I had to put in a bunch of spaces after Met, or else I would have ended up with Mexies. Couldn't really find a way to better remedy the problem, but hey, we got Missing though out of it, so I shouldn't complain. Giovanni's gym is all the way in Viridian. To do that, we need to go all the way back through Cerulean City and Pewter. And on the way, we can... On the way there, I'll show off what I consider to be the last interesting glitches slash Pokegods you can encounter in Pokemon Blue and Red. These dudes can affect not only your graphics, but the team itself, like a virus. One of them can transform Pokemon into clones of themselves if they're found as the same PC box as it. Sounds interesting, right? We're gonna look for these monsters west of Cerulean, not in the cave, but at that semi-large grass patch where most Pokemon would train for the Nugget Bridge in a normal playthrough. Wow, Cue Ball. It's not supposed to show up. don't know why I was Well, that was quite the knock on the head. Coincidentally, everything looks quite updated and advanced, and in color again. Let me take this opportunity to say welcome to the second and last special update of Let's Horribly Break Pokemon Blue, 2nd Gen. Due to the continuous success of Pokemon, it's no wonder that Game Freak was able to up the ante a bit on their bug testing. As a matter of fact, they even have fail-safes to make sure things don't get too out of whack in case something that isn't supposed to happen, happens. I can think of at least one that can be showed off, and coincidentally, it was the first thing I planned to try out when booting up the game, getting into a battle with no Pokemon. I walked through the tree west of New Bark. Doing so won't have anyone stop you. Get into the grass and going into a battle brings up a white flash and then nothing? That's right, when you're trying to battle with no Pokemon, the game won't let you battle. It'll be programmed to say you automatically win and you're thrown back into the overworld. There's no glitch Pokemon nor game resetting, you just win. It's kinda like Earthbound, when you get so powerful that you can fight weak enemies and automatically get experience. To further show this off, let's try battling with a trainer. You can get a better view of what happens here. Even during the overworld fight scene between this kid and Joey's Rattata, he will gladly stop mid-fight to battle you. Except since you don't have Pokemon, you just automatically win after the little pixelation effect. You don't get any of the benefits either, such as reward money. It's pretty dull, but it's not like Game Freak was gonna let a new game get all confused from a strange encounter after the shitstorm that happened in 1st Gen. Also, in case you were wondering, impressive. What isn't impressive and easy to do with the powers at hand. So began a short quest of what-if questions. If you try to open up the Pokedex at this point, it won't. Going to Violet City, the 3rd town, you get a call from your mom whining about how you don't tell her you're going on an adventure, despite her. Between Violet City and the route leading up to it is a gatehouse. In case you don't know results. By skipping through gatehouses, a significant number of sprites change into your character and turn into a green gold. North of this area is Ecruteak City, which normally you can't access until you get 3 badges, but skipping through the Sudowoodo allows you to get there no problem. In there is a Pokemon Center where you meet someone special, or moves to Gen 1. If I can ever get a certain emulator to work correctly, we may be... Secondly, after installing the time machines, Bill goes back to his house in Goldenrod City. If you enter Goldenrod City by skipping the gatehouse, the golden tiles end up being replaced with this funky set. It's definitely a rad trail new look for the developing city. Hell, I probably should have messed around with all the gatehouses in this game. This stuff is neat. And this is what gave people the crazy ideas. But the Pokemon is an Eevee of all things, further pushing this Pokefreak narrative we'll have, as getting a Pokedex will make a certain spot in the game a fighting spot where fighting him with no starters makes him fun. Ugh, not really, you're boring. I expected something interesting. Hexadecimals in this game, aka encounter the very little Pokegods that are present. So, since Gen 2 has 251 Pokemon, Game Freak had a bit of an easier job in keeping the Pokegod glitches in check. There are only 4 unfilled hex slots, 251 out of 255. Actually, that's a lie. There's only 3 unfilled ones, as one of them is filled by a special Pokemon, and that's the Pokemon Egg, which occupies the hexadecimal FD, aka number 253. In Pokemon games, egg data have their own entry in the same area as other Pokemon. When indicating a Pokemon species, there are 2 values that determine one when in a trainer's party. The first value indicates how the stats will grow and what its battle sprite will be. The second value decides what sprite will show in the Pokemon main menu screen. But if the Pokemon isn't an egg, this value will be 253, an egg. Of course, to see this in action, we need to actually catch the egg. With the use of the Game Shark, the egg is easily caught with the Master Up. Well, this is where things start to go off the rails. Pardon me everyone, but I'm about to break the 4th wall for the longest and hopefully last time. The game is not supposed to reset after viewing the egg's Pokedex entry. In fact, this thing is meant to be pretty benign until you send it out into battle. At that point, the game resets with an altered palette. Of course, I couldn't even get the palette right. Not at this point, at least. This one cuts off half my screen with white, and the rest looks like I'm viewing it through 3D glasses. This egg is just the appetizer though, we'll get back to it. For now, we have bigger fish to fry. The 3 other Pokegods of Gen 2. 5 question mark. They all look practically identical, so it's really only like one god, but whatever. You're supposed to be able to battle, catch, defeat, and run from the sky like normal. Only after fainting it does stuff go wrong. For me, however... I tried everything I could think of. Different GameShark codes, different routes, changing the time, turning off codes during battle. I even tried using Pokemon Silver. Nothing but constant waiting. I tried looking this guy up to see if anyone else has had this problem before and came up dry. The only lead I could find was on the Glitch City website, where there's a disclaimer saying that 5 question marks is volatile and unpredictable. Yeah, I'll say. As far as I'm aware, this is some sort of strange one-of-a-kind edge case where 5 question marks just doesn't fucking work. This is a bigger problem than you'd expect too, because defeating 5 question marks on certain routes grants you access to this generation's Glitch City, which is probably the most flashy thing regarding glitches the Gen 2 games have to offer, but now, can't even show you it. It's not all bad though. I eventually managed to catch Egg and trigger the proper palette swap glitch. Here's a look at it. I think it looks pretty cool. The best part though is what it does with Ho-Oh. Through coincidence, it gets colored in. I wondered if we could get the same result with Lugia, but his sprite didn't change at all sadly. Speaking of Pokemon Silver, in that game I attempted many of the same methods to catch 5 question marks as I mentioned earlier. All to no avail of course, but I did end up hacking him into my party by placing him over a Pidgey. Doing so came with strings. Every single random encounter now is against some glitch named Thomas. My headcanon is that Thomas is the guardian of 5 question marks, and will attempt to stop anyone who tries to use it by crashing their game in a Pokemon battle. There are a few other glitch trainers too, like Rapidash Karen. I couldn't find Slowpoke Lance though, as if my day couldn't get any worse. So yeah, my Johto journey has been a bit of a bust. There's still one more thing I can show off though, so let's cut back to the Pokemon Center and figure out what it is. You can actually do this glitch without using a GameShark, but I'm going to take a bit of a shortcut to expedite the process and hack in the Pokemon we need for the experiment, Sneasel. Nickname Sneasel this, but not after you catch it. Nickname it via the name raider. It's fickle, but if you don't do it like this, the glitch won't work. Make sure to put in those 5 C's too. Can you guess what we're going to get? Now here is where I hope you have a bunch of rare candies or something like that stocked, because you want to level up this guy, or gal, all the way up to level 57, where it will learn the move Beat Up. It is imperative that Beat Up is in the 3rd move slot. If not, then you will not get the Pokemon that you want. This is the trickiest part, the glitch within the glitch. The famous cloning glitch of Gold, Silver, and Crystal. It's the same concept as the glitch in Gen 1 where you reset the game as it saves in between switching boxes, except the timing is incredibly easy. If you did it right, you'll end up with a Sneasel in your party with one still being in the PC. Clones. Make sure you have 4 clones in all. Your party should look like this. Now time for the ridiculously fuck you hard part. You have to make a bad clone. Now, you would think that making a bad clone would be easier than making a good clone. It's not. In all Gen 2 games, if you don't have a Pokemon Stadium 2 emulator for cloning, good fucking luck, because you have to be a millisecond precise. I did do it, but I wasn't recording. I was doing a dry run, so I'm going to use an expert artist's rendition of the following events. So if you successfully made a bad clone, it should look something like this. The Sneasel should be level 0 and a bunch of question marks surrounding it. Make a note, if the Pokemon is not level 0, then it is not a bad clone. Try again. So withdraw the bad clone and give it to the old couple for raising. Then get the bad clone back. Don't take a step or anything, it should be viewed as a garbage sprite on the overworld screen now. It should look something like this, I guess. Now move the clone to the top of the party. The game doesn't read the bad clone when it's on top, and as a result it reads as you not even having any Pokemon. Now you want to insert a Pokemon to the front of the party. Make sure you use something you don't care for because the data for this Pokemon will be wiped from existence. This is kind of what it will look like, just stick the Pokemon in there. Now you should have 7 Pokemon in your party. Wacky! Now go back to the daycare people and give them your bad clone again. While it's with them, deposit the Pokemon that will be erased as well as the 4 Sneasel clones in your PC box. Some Sneasel may have mail attached to them for some reason. You're gonna have to get it off them because you can't deposit Pokemon holding mail in your party. As you deposit the Sneasel, you'll notice the first letter of their nickname will disappear until they are simply Celebi. Stop depositing here and take back the bad clone from your daycare. It should have grown by 99 levels and will cost nothing to get back. This also changes the levels of your Sneasel. One might end up being level 146. Give these Sneasels to the daycare people and then take them back immediately. If done right, the Sneasel will turn into their respective Pokemon depending on their third move. Some clones might have a screwed up moveset with beat up not being the third move, but there will always be one that isn't screwed up, and doing so gets you a Celebi. So, why does this work? Well, the move Beat Up has the same hex value as Celebi, FB, and apparently having it as the third move while doing this glitch transforms the original Pokemon in accordance to the hex value of its third move. That's the gist of it. By the way, make sure you delete any glitch Pokemon that have occurred from the trick, as they can mess up your game a bit. Good fucking luck doing this though. I have no idea how this shit was discovered. I mean, if it's impossible to do on an emulator, how do you figure this out? Do you just fuck around with the game saves until it goes, hey, well, I found something? It's so fucking ridiculous. I swear one day I'm going to fuck... What? Oh, I got the Earth Badge. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Guess I'll just walk out and go to the Elite Four, I guess. Later, Gym Leader. You seem like a decent guy. Here's an extra. Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal does in fact have a Safari Zone area in its coding. You can see traces of it in-game in Fuchsia City, where the Safari Zone entrance building is there, but it has no entrance. From what I read, the Glitch City in Gen 1 had something to do with it, and either Game Freak didn't know how to fix it at the time, or didn't have the time to code it in. Welcome to our second to last true update of Let's Horribly Break, as we can finally make our way to the Elite Four. Now, as you may know, the Elite Four are elite, so despite having level 100 killing machines, it's only natural to go get some basic healing items in case something goes wrong. Let me just check to see what we got in our bag. Hey, this item is new. This is perhaps one of the last glitch items I haven't shown off that don't crash or freeze the game upon use. Rivals. Bear in mind, it has no relation to Blue/Gary/Derpity, it's just named Rivals. Rivals is a move. It is apparently a Pokemon, regular Pokemon, trainer Pokemon, none. It is dubbed by some as the mysterious HM06. I don't think anyone really knows what move it was supposed to be. It never came to fruition, of course, with another overworld obstacle that never came to be. Could have been whirlpools, could have been waterfalls. I guess we'll never know. Once you accept the disappointment in learning that you'll never find out what HM06 is, exiting the Pokemon menu brings out this familiar sight. Something we saw in the very first part, except it won't horribly destroy the game this time. When your Pokemon are integrated into the overworld like this, you can walk in a sort of walk-through-walls fashion, in that some barriers won't be tangible anymore and you can go through them. However, at the same time, areas where there was once empty space will sound in this fashion, like I did. Luckily, fixing it is easy. Just press start. Pokemon will be gone, and your sprite and NPCs will return to normal. Be careful not to do this when standing on a house or something though, you might have some trouble getting out of there then. In that case, just use Fly or Teleport. Anyway, after getting our required healing items, I proceed to fiddle around with the party. Our lower level A is gonna have to go to the box. As much as I would like to use glitches during the Elite Four, a low level one won't do us much good. Likewise, Kadabra, who has ended up being a big help in getting some glitches to pop up, will accompany us. It's probably common knowledge by now, but Psychic types are pretty much well known for fucking everything up in Gen 1, so he'll be handy. Also, out of morbid curiosity, I decided to take a look at Blocky's stats, see if he, fix himself? I think this video evidence speaks for itself.
I didn't.
With all that settled, on the way to Victory Road for a quick battle. However, if you decide to dick around with the game and walk around the point where the battle activates, you can actually see his sprite lazying about. If you talk to him without walking on the activation point, he'll give you the whole talk about going to the Pokemon League and kicking your ass without actually battling you. Another thing to note is that his theme doesn't play if you talk to him like this. Now, there are two ways to get to the Indigo Plateau, the normal way or the fun way. Pop quiz, which way are we going to take? Well hey, look at that. There's a whole mess of sprites behind the roof, just out of view normally. Go north far enough, and you can begin to identify what is essentially the pathway to Victory Road. If you watched any sort of crazy glitched up task run of a Gen 1 Pokemon game, you probably saw the player take advantage of this place. You can get here doing some crazy shit with the bike and select items, and then hop around through the roof and into the Pokemon League while skipping the badge checkers. I don't know how to do that though, I just like walking through places I shouldn't be going through. As you can see, even if you're able to get them off screen, the badge checkers will still grab a hold of you. Trust me, if I was somehow able to reliably skip them, this LP would have been finished long ago. Here's some more footage showing off how the sprites were replaced with a bunch of jargon. The grass, for example, is now a bunch of RTs from the Pokemart sign. I should also mention, by the way, that in the Glitch City update, the M sprite I pointed out was the M in Gym, and I knew that I was just jokingly making a connection. Victory Road itself has gotten properly fucked up. It's not even a cave anymore. Luckily, the Victory Road is easy to skip as well, since it's apparently loosely connected to the map that has the Indigo Plateau building. It's surprisingly simple to make out where you can and can't go if you have a photo memory of what the original map looks like. Additionally, there is walking north of the actual Pokemon League building, just blank space that predictably crashes the game when you walk into it. Regardless, I still felt like I was walking on eggshells when going through this part. You don't know how many times I've been recording this LP and the game's fucking crashed when I walk into a place I'm not supposed to.
Personally, I find that the destination to the end of the journey is very glitched, is quite symbolic in how bad Metro Rival's server has screwed the Pokeworld.
Big place, I guess. Time to heal my Pokemon in an awkward way for one last time. It's making me a bit teary. Wait a minute, this story doesn't have a back spray. Opponent 1, Lorelei. For some reason, she always gave me trouble. Probably because I never really used Psychic or Fire types in the Gen 1 games. Whatever, I have Kadabra now, so at least I can... This never stops being funny to me. You can also fish in the statue, but I don't think anything can be caught. Not really sure what you can do this, as the top half of the sprite is very much a boundary. Probably a silly overlook made by the coders. Or maybe they intentionally left it in there because it's funny, I don't know. Alright, enough fucking around. We're almost done with this and I can see my name on that plaque already. It's not like this will be difficult anyway. Her strongest Pokemon is at what, the high 50s? Even Misino could take that one. Wait. Huh? What? What the fuck? I didn't... What? What? So level 200 Pokemon. Level 200 Glitch Pokemon. Level 200 Glitch Pokemon that take me back all the way to Viridian, even though I healed myself up at the Pokemon League. Alright, Lorelei, you want to play this game? I'll play this game. Ah, yes. It so happens that I have a Haunter and a Charizard in stock that I grabbed out of the Missing No Glitch. I knew they'd be useful someday. I'll be Lorelei at this, even if it means killing the world with Blocky as my last resort. So this, thing is what I like to call Lorelei's own personal glitch Pokemon. You fight 6 of these things, and they are very tough considering the levels. I'll explain how to encounter them later, but all you need to know now is that they're annoying as fuck. These guys in particular like using a move called TM05. Now, astute viewers are probably aware of this move. Point 4 actually has this move. It's a status effect move, and it is by far the worst status effect move. For me, right now. In short, it sharply raises the user's evasion. What's worse about it is that the AI loves to use this move. Then again, that's not too surprising since the only too smart in fighting them, as it just kind of pummeled them along with offensive attacks, no status effects or anything. Eventually, you'll run out of PP, or your Pokemon will start dying. This really is a war of attrition. Thankfully, it didn't go far enough for me to have to rely on Struggle, which would have emphasized the whole last resort thing. On an infinite. That's right, those waiting out tricks that work in all the newer games don't work. Hey Bruno, glad to see you. You should do something about Lorelei back there. She's not using Pokemon that are registered by the league. I mean, I'm not either, but I could just kill everything with a switch on a Game Boy, so I think that's excusable. Alright, let's have a good clean battle then. No breaking windows or anything. Just gonna have Mew use Fly on all of your fighters and I'll be on my way. Wait, but you're also using 2 separate glitches at once? I can dig it. Dear readers, I would like to introduce to you what may be the most annoying glitch Pokemon in the game. Just like that wasn't enough, I still have to keep mashing my keyboard because the text boxes take like 15 seconds to cram its whole name in every single time. Ugh, come on. Good riddance. Hopefully this will be different, where he won't have all 5 of the same Pokemon, like Lorelei. It's like the obligatory 6 Magikarp Fisherman Trainer, except 10 times worse. The pair I just beat earlier. This. In case you don't know, successfully catching a trainer's Pokemon causes the match to automatically end. The game switches around on its thinking and believes that you just caught a wild Pokemon, which under regular circumstances takes you out of the battle screen. Quite handy when you're stuck in a predicament like this. For some reason the Pokedex entry didn't show up, just asked me for a nickname. Let's take a quick look at its stats. Well, here's your Mewtwo killer, folks. A bug Pokemon with a special stat of 999. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the highest you can get without breaking the stat tables. Also, fuck, the health bar is so long it invades the moves screen. Note the random misplaced P from PP in the moves. Blocky has this too, but for some reason Demon Bug here didn't break my game when looking at it. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled program. Bruno isn't too worried about the fact that I just blatantly stole what could be one of the strongest Pokemon on the planet. Whatever, I already feel like I know what's gonna happen next. Old ladies don't cheat, right? think so. GMP is kind of interesting. They all have different cries that can range from a little bloop to a minute-long monstrosity, and the sprite just kinda unnerves me. Strangely fitting how the Ghost Trainer of the Elite Four has the most disturbing personal glitch out of all of them. Besides that though, I have to be honest, at this point the glitches seem to have all become the same. They're all using the same evade move and all have ridiculously high level, which makes them tough to kill. I will say, it's at this point I realize that glitch trainers have much smarter AI than the regular ones. The ones I'm fighting use status moves and cause effects like sleep and poison. GMP in particular enjoys putting my dudes to sleep while charging up for a solar beam or raising the evade a bit more. Maybe I'm underestimating the normal AI in these games, but damn if that didn't throw me off guard. Eventually, it came down to this. Told you Agatha is the toughest glitches yet. I never thought I would actually end up using Blocky, but it's down to the last resort option, I guess. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, guys. This is gonna end badly. As expected, Blocky's super glitch kinda destroyed everything. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised at this point. Kinda got to a point where I was worried that the game was going to just horribly crash, so I decided to put the kibosh on this whole thing. After all, I am more clever than the game is. Just like with Bruno, a successful Pokeball surely has to end the battle for us. Then the Pokedex screen came in, and I thought it screwed everything up, but I just had to wait a while and I could move on. I would give you guys a more in-depth look at GMP, but it's for all intents and purposes just a Wigglytuff, so let's just move on.
Blah blah blah, dragons rule, blah blah blah, it's like my rapper dad, blah blah, prepare to be beaten.
So not only does Lance have the same glitch Pokemon as Agatha, it's also less interesting in that they just kept using Evade and didn't have any good cries or anything. Lance is somehow the most boring out of the Elite Four. That sure is nice. There's nothing more I can say about it, really. Yep, that sure was an exciting battle, let me tell you. I loved beating up a bunch of your boring glitches. Let me tell you, Lance, you have succeeded in having the dullest glitches out of everyone in your little clique. No amount of ominous or heroic fighting music will save you from that fact. And I think you should be disappointed in yourself. Also, you were a big fucking cheater in Heart Gold. Now get out of my way so I can deal with Derpity. I know he's behind you. Hey, Derpity, I want you to meet a Pokemon of mine. His name is Blocky, and I'm sure he'll like you. Huh? Didn't even get to send him out. God, you're lame. Well, it's probably for the best. I don't know what Blocky's going to do half the time. Then Oak goes on a speech about growing up and whatnot. My favorite part about it, though, is that he mentions the Squirtle that I think I boxed in, what, part 6 or something? After Oak gives the monologue on why you beat your rival, you're taken to this room to be admitted into the Hall of Fame. This room is interesting in that it has defined borders that the player never really gets to see. How big this room is actually a mystery, although I'm pretty sure it's not that big. Due to this, the imaginations of many ran wild on what would be in this room that you never get to walk around in. Of course, the rumors have required a hyperbole of requirements, like beating the Elite Four 100 times until Oak goes, "I'm sick of this," and leaving you to wander around this room, where you'll find another door and go into Pokegod Land and catch Pokegods like Doomsday, and are you really buying this shit? Point 4, why did you steal the Muse Sprite? No, bad point 4. I was really worried Blocky was going Not bad for someone who abused the opportunity to explain what happened this update. So the initial plan was to have a whole victory tutorials, I swear. Then I decided to show off another aspect of the Missing No glitch, in where you encounter trainers by doing the glitch if you have symbols in your name. Like how the Celebi glitch works with Beat Up. Unfortunately, I kept getting a beauty with the. Therefore, I decided to continue my initial plan of showing off a glitched Elite Four, simply in a different method. Recall the Misty battle where we fought Blocky. We off. I simply manipulated the video to make it look like the glitched Misty I fought was the same Misty in the gym. This is pretty much what I did here to fight their personal glitches. Also, instead of Pokemon being in their regular levels, these dudes went all the way up to 215. This was constant, no matter where I fought them. Of course, this only worked to my favor as I had to improvise and be creative with how to bypass these terrible creatures. Think of it as a test to utilize everything we learned up to this point about glitches. You may also note that instead of going all, "I give up," Gary just whines about how he lost so quickly, like so. Game Shark, anything you face will become that trainer, even other trainers. In my case, I found it to be pretty funny, and I think it ended our Elite Four update on a humor. This guy rules. Well, back at square one in terms of location. We've done all we could for the story, and really we don't have much left. At least it may not seem like it. First off, we're going to want to do the Missing No glitch again. Mainly for two reasons, and item duplicate. Lorelei returns for a rematch. Voided symbols and characters like PKMN, the female symbol, and the punctuation marks. This is because utilizing such symbols would spawn these dudes while utilizing the glitch. I assume this occurs because these characters share the same hex slot as trainers. Depending on what you put in, you may end up fighting an infinite number of wild Garys, Lances, Brocks, as well as regular trainers like Beauties and Sailors. In my experiments, I kept coming up with Lorelei despite changing my name up a bit with Garbage. Why did the trainers not change? I'm not sure, since I did redo the glitch process every time I changed my name, but it doesn't matter much though. Most of the glitch trainers that occur from this method have the exact same Pokemon. Some we've seen before, others a bit new. 8 opens the fight on Lorelei's side. It does exactly the same thing as last time in that it creates a slowed down song of the champion battle theme. It's also a measly level 32, so it goes down incredibly easy. I should mention that there are reports of glitch trainer Pokemon having attacks that can freeze the game. Doesn't sound too safe, so be careful with them. What she sent out after 8 was far more interesting. This is the Glitch Nidorino, or the Glitcherino. You can actually catch it through the Mew glitch with a Pokemon that has a special stat of 250 and has the FA hex slot. Apparently it's notable enough to have its own article in Bulbapedia. Glitcherinos have the annoying habit of taking up 2 lines of space with their name. You can also trade them into Pokemon Yellow version, where they will turn into Japanese symbols. No, really, if you trade the Nidorino into Yellow, it'll turn into a blob and transform into a Fire type. So you can have a Fire type Nidorino that's also a Magmar hybrid in Yellow. Of course, it also has a standard glitch moveset, but no stab moves, super glitch included. I think this guy is what causes most people to freeze their game. Gotta have Missing No in there somewhere, otherwise how else would the trick I'm doing after this work? Nothing special about this one. This guy's pretty cool. It's aptly named N and only N. It's not strong and doesn't have any special attacks. What it does do though is strike from the grave. Ends. Ends everywhere. It's like the Qs weren't enough. When a Pokemon is sent out, at least one will stay, at least until the sprite moves in front of it. This Flareon is sent out after N, but it's normal and lame, so I can't really say much about it. After Flareon, Lorelei sends out another Glitcherino until her untapped. Wait a minute, don't do that, stop! Look, there wasn't really much else after this anyway. She just gives you money and then disappears. Now, following any fight with Missing No does something very interesting with our game. If you don't remember, after beating the Elite Four, you get a Hall of Fame option on your PC. That just shows off the Pokemon that beat the Elite Four at the status they were at and how much money you had and stuff. Looking it up is pretty easy, however, Missing No has one more trick that I haven't mentioned yet, in that it messes with the Hall of Fame data in the game. Not sure why, but I can certainly tell you that the results are interesting. As you can see, thanks to Missing No, the Hall of Fame is showing us Pokemon that are definitely not part of our original team. Every time you see a Missing No, this changes. If you just restart the game, it would go back to normal, but otherwise, if you just want to see weird Pokemon with weird names and weird cries, this is probably the easiest way to do it. Finally back home. I don't think I can end the LP with good conscience without having a final rumor be broken. I mean, rumors are one of the cornerstones of this LP, and we're about to test one of the more powerful ones. Can we fight Professor Oak? I'm sure people already knew this one, but Mr. Oak was apparently intended to be fought in some way or another in the first-gen Pokemon games, but for some reason it never came to be. They're the strongest in the game. A team that goes up to level 70. He does. Now, of course, you're probably asking yourself, how do you do this? Well, technically you could fight Oak using the Missing No glitch, but then you wouldn't end up with his legit team, so to speak, or through the Mew glitch. For the Mew glitch, you need a Pokemon with this special stat to get him to show up. For the GameShark code, I used this code right here, and I was able to fight him in place of one of Misty's trainers. Oak isn't simply just supposed to give you money. Otherwise, we have that mystery solved, so go hog wild with it and try it yourself. I have one last thing I need to attend to, though. Actually, wait a minute, there's something else I can show. Interesting glitch, simply because of its evolutions. When trained up to level 18... You can stop this evolution and give Clefairy a Moonstone. Otherwise, it will try to turn into a Nidoking every level. Coincidentally, Nidoking and Clefable are both Pokemon that evolve with the use of the Moonstone. Here are the different Missing No's you can encounter. You've already seen Glitch Blob Missing No and Yellow Missing No, but not the others. To be honest, they're only a bit different to regular Missing No, but when you shit a brick, if you were trying to do this cool glitch you heard about, and then all of a sudden the Aerodactyl skeleton... Here's a Pokemon that I alluded to showing off earlier in the LP, but unfortunately I couldn't get him to work. Charizard M is a glitched Charizard hybrid that occupies the hex slot FF. The only way to get it without cheating is by using the Mew glitch, but every time I tried using the Mew glitch it wouldn't work and the game would just freeze. You can also obtain one by trading Q, who I did show off, in Pokemon Yellow to Red and Blue. That was also out of my capabilities. Charizard M is really cool in like it's a virus. When you have one in a party, it can change all of your Pokemon into Charizard M's. If you leave it in a box, all the other poor box Pokemon stuck with it will transform into one. You'll have an army full of Charizards eventually. Charizard M has a Pokedex number of 000 and the Black Trainer OT, therefore it cannot be nicknamed. Its cry is static, that can sometimes cause the background music to end. This explains why fights with Zazaz have music stopping, because Zazaz almost always has a Charizard M. Other than that, Charizard M has the same effects as Q in that it can make your party invisible and switch around moves in the PC boxes, usually when a battle or a trade link goes awry. Funnily enough, Charizard M can learn Fly. Charizard cannot learn Fly. Try to wrap your brain around that one. Huh. I guess over time, some things really do fix themselves. Well, I'm glad to be out of that mess. Hell, I'm glad to be done. I mean, it's absolutely amazing I got out of this scot-free. I expected at this point, no long ago, that the ROM would just die or something. I know that sounds childish, but when you've played with the game's coding for so long, you're amazed it all stands together. All stands together. I think that's it. Holy crap. When I first thought of this LP, I had no idea how it was going to be received. It was Pokemon, it was a weird idea. I thought I was crazy for being so interested in it. When I emailed Slowbeef about it for permission, I was pretty much expecting a big fat no. Instead, he let... Finally.
You're not finished yet, Tech.
Hello? What are you?
Why, I'm Generation 1 Pokemon, of course. You haven't forgotten me so soon, have you?
Oh, no, wait a minute.
And you didn't want to buy Pokemon Blue for this minute-long live-action skit.
Fair enough, I guess. What do you want?
I'm here to tell you that you have unfinished business with me. Metrowix's Let's Play is 9 years old now. There's been so many breakthroughs and new discoveries in that time. You of all people should know this. And give the people a modern showcase of what I can really do.
No!
Don't you agree?
No! Where? I want to establish some things before we get into the showcase proper. This shouldn't take long, but if you want to skip this, just refer to the timecode in the description. First off, this is by no means a definitive showcase. To cover every glitch in this game would be a Sisyphean task. Metrowixer covered a lot of stuff in the original LP, but even then, he only scratched the surface. And to reiterate what's been stated before, that LP was 10 years ago. People know so much more about these games and their quirks, it's almost scary. Which leads me to my next point. Gen 1 Pokemon is a science, and I'm not a scientist. Users of the Glitch City forums have this game figured out on a molecular level at this point. A lot of these bugs require incredible knowledge about not just the game itself, but concepts such as arbitrary code execution. It's out of my depth. These things, however, aren't out of the depth of people like the Zazaz glitch and Chickasaurus GL. They have incredible channels full of glitches like the ones seen in this LP and more. If you want to see even more glitches, then I highly recommend checking them out as well. Just make sure it's after you finish this video. Finally, this is all original material from here on out. No more of this confusing, where does Metrowixer's writing end and Tectonics begin conundrum. So if you think this sucks, blame it all on me, pal. Let's get started. Starting up Pokemon Blue again for the first time in the year gave me a strange feeling. Like I never stopped doing the series. It's a little more complex than that though. This might sound a little overdramatic, but screwing around with these glitches for so long has made me develop a small pit in my stomach over this game. I'm not joking. I'm sure you could tell from the wall breaks I did throughout the LP, but recreating a lot of the bugs Met showed off proved to be easier said than done a lot of the time. Technical difficulties were aplenty, and now I'm at the point where I'm irrationally worried this game will fall apart on me at any moment. Which is irrational, because as much as people like the joke, a majority of the glitches in this game you actively have to seek out. It's not like this game randomly crashes at will. This is a personal problem. These glitches have invaded my psyche. I feel like I'm held together by duct tape and hope. And if I take one wrong step, I'll be the one to crash. Okay, that last part was a joke, I'm fine. But the constant behind-the-scenes tinkering was definitely annoying and the main reason why this took so long to come out. But you're watching this now, so I must have gotten over that issue, right? Let's start things off with a bug called Amazing Man. Pretty eye-catching name, right? Not only that, but it's a glitch pretty much anyone can do with next to no effort, so try it out. By talking to several NPCs in the game while standing on specific tiles, you can make a duplicate NPC appear while the text box is open. Watch as these characters stand in the absolute strangest of places. Amazing, huh? Not impressed? Okay, fair enough. I guess we could be a little flashier. Okay, how about this? We're going to need to head to the Seafoam Islands and require the use of the Rivals item that we saw back in episode 13 of the LP. Fun fact, this is the first time we've ever actually explored the Seafoam Islands. Met completely skipped them over. Guess he didn't know about this upcoming trick. So anyone who's played Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee will know that the water current on the third basement floor is too strong to surf on, unless you complete a rock puzzle using the HM Strength. Well, if you stand in this specific corner and activate Rivals to create the pseudo walk through walls ability, you can not only walk on the water without surfing, but heading into the next area will get Red stuck in the area where you get sped up by the current. Nothing? If your defense stat is raised to 1024 via Reflect, any physical attack will soft lock the game. Yeah, I know. These glitches are kind of lame. At least compared to the stuff Met showed off. Alright. I've been stalling long enough. Let's do this. First things first, though. Tech's in charge now. Or rather, tech, space. I wish I knew how to fix that, but it doesn't seem possible. Sadly, the character limit is 7 and not 8. Tech Tony would just look silly. Besides, Met, Tech, they're both 3 letters. Now, let's get this party started with a little visit to Articuno. We're here after all, might as well say hello. Ah, Brock. Fancy meeting you here in the Seafoam Islands. Hey, you don't happen to have an Articuno hiding behind you or something, do you? I swear I just saw one here. So obviously that isn't a Butterfree, it's the first of our new Pokegods. This one has the creative name of A on the Glitch City wiki, but since there's like 5 other glitches with that name, we're going to call this one A long name, since its name has a text box long break accompanied with the one character. It's not as bad as that one Pokegod Bruno had, but it's enough to be memorable. There's only so many Pokegods left, and a lot of the ones Met didn't cover, he didn't for a reason. Many of them are either boring clones of actual Pokemon or crash the game on encounter. This one in particular is actually nearly identical to our old friend Point 4, so sorry, we're starting off kind of small here, but we'll make it a little more interesting. Oh, and one more thing. The remaining Pokegods are all trapped behind trainer encounters like this. These are similar to Blocky in that regard, if you remember him. Oh, who am I kidding? Who could forget Blocky? No, wait, stop! And we're back, folks! Getting back to the program, it's time to power level this son of a bitch. The only real difference between Point 4 and A long name are their move pools. Point 4 is memorable for straight up learning Surf naturally, which is cool. A long name, on the other hand, learns a couple of the Glitch TM moves, one of which is the old classic TM28. You know, the one that blows up your Pokemon, deals okay damage, and misses half the time. The other move is TM55, and this one might just be the funniest TM move in the game. Not only is it impossible to use in battle, but if you could somehow pull it off, all it would do is skip the next turn. Conceptually, I find that hilarious. It really puts a bow on top of all these shitty TM moves. Unfortunately, it doesn't really make for entertaining media, so I suppose it's time to resort to the jingle keys of Generation 1 Pokemon glitches. Oh yeah, we're going there. Looks like Psyduck will be the one to face the music. Sorry I had to go like this, dude. Hey, while we're at it, don't you guys think it's weird that despite being a golden color, it's Psyduck's evolution that has... Psyduck is a... What? I need answers, game, tell me. Fine, crash on me. See if I care. Let's try seeing the effects of this super glitch outside of battle. I'm gonna teach A long name a TM to overwrite the super glitch, which is intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only do we rid ourselves of one of the most unpredictable glitches in the game, but we also get to see some cool side effects from it. Nothing seems different so far. Never mind. Maybe if I... Nope, it's staying like that. Looking at the Pokemon menu soft locks the game, but you know I'm not going to leave it on this. Let's try exploring a little. There we go, that's more like it. Every time the poison status, which I inexplicably have, flashes, we get a new remix of Cinnabar Island. I can't pinpoint the first and third remixes, but the second one is definitely Celadon City pitched up. The fourth one is Viridian City, among other locations. Unlike the other mixes though, the Viridian theme is slightly off from the main Cinnabar melody and actually kinda hurts my head to listen to. Another quirk with the super glitch is its ability to create boundaries out of nowhere. And now something called the Triple S Club has fainted. Oh no, sir. Our research has expanded far beyond the Pokemon Mansion. All of Kanto is like my petri dish. Let's try and finish this off with a visit to the Pokemon Center. These usually go well.
I don't know what I expected.
Alright, I think that was good enough. Never can be too sure with these super glitch moves, so it being removed from A long name's repertoire will help me sleep better at night. In an effort to make this special episode feel more like my creation, I've decided to retire the team of Pokemon Met used for his LP, and send them to the Safari Zone up north. And by that I mean they're gonna go in the box. Now, I can't just ditch all of the Pokemon besides a long name right away. I need most of these guys for their HM moves, especially Mew with Fly. You could argue I don't really need any other HM since I can just walk through walls at will, and to that I ask, do you want to show or not? Anyway, it just so happens that we can get a replacement flyer with our new name via the Missing No glitch. Just a quick refresher. The Pokemon that you encounter with the Missing No glitch are tied to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th characters in your avatar's name. Here's a breakdown on which character gives you which Pokemon. My current name will allow me to catch this special little tongue out of cheek Pokemon, Golbat, at a boosted level too, although that won't last once it sees battle. Still neat to see while we have it. To those crying foul that Golbat isn't a glitch Pokemon and therefore I can't use it, remember that Met used plenty of legit Pokemon throughout the LP. I think we should be allowed to use this one. Fine. Whatever. Golbat sucks anyway, we can do better. Out of the 3 birds, I think Zapdos is my favorite. I think it's because his name is so fun to say. Zapdos. Strong consonants in that name. Or maybe it's because out of the 3 birds, Zapdos has by far the coolest hideout. An abandoned power plant is a lot more inspired than an island cave or a mainland cave. I'd get into a mini rant about that, but now's not really the time. The power plant also started the tried and true Pokemon tradition of having the creatures disguise themselves as items on the ground. Most of the items aren't exactly tantalizing, but I made sure to pick up the Thunder TM at least before we left. Before we know it, this dungeon is over, which is another thing I appreciate about it. There's no welcome being overstayed here. Okay, I'm sure you guys can figure out what I'm doing here. Personally, I thought it'd be cooler if instead of just running into the new Pokegods randomly, we did it in place of the legendaries. I even came up with an in-universe explanation for this. So you know how Missing No is part bird type? Well, it's theorized that the bird type was intended for the legendary birds, so think of this like the trio revealing their true glitched forms. Hopefully Met won't mind this very important insertion into the official Let's Horribly Break Pokemon Blue canon. The Pokegod we've caught now is known as 94. From the remaining Pokegods we have left, I'm surprised Matt never showed this one off. Out of all of them that don't crash the game upon encounter, or regular Pokemon for that matter, 94 has the highest base stat total with an incredible 715. Its lowest stat is its defense, coming in at a staggering 139. To put this into perspective, Mewtwo, the strongest regular Pokemon in the game, has a total of 590, with its highest base stat being 154. It's only 5 points behind Arceus, God of Pokemon, and Arceus has the benefit of the special stat being split into attack and defense. It has one more stat, and it's only slightly better. 94 is packing some serious fucking power, has a unique normal ghost typing, and best part about it all is it can learn Fly. And I don't see any wings on it. Now all this stuff is great, but it does come at a strange cost. Sometimes when battling, 94 will just crash the game. Initially, I had no clue whatsoever why this would happen, but after a trip to Bulbapedia, I think I have the answer. 94's back sprite is inconsistent in that it'll change depending on the opposing Pokemon when it's sent out. Some Pokemon create a back sprite that can't be loaded properly by the game, which causes a crash. So for some Pokemon, 94 straight up can't be sent out against them. Of course, when I was recording this, I didn't know this only happened against specific Pokemon. I just assumed 94 was a powder keg, and every time I sent the thing out I crossed my fingers hoping it didn't blow up the game. Considering 94's raw power though, I think we can live with this small hang-up. Think of it as a character flaw. I still at least need a Pokemon that can learn Surf, so that's next on the docket. I will say, this next Pokemon won't be a Pokegod, but one of the original 151. The method we'll be using to get this Pokemon will be pretty interesting though, so don't feel too let down. It's a spin on the old Mew trick, and will produce similar results, and withdraw 2 members that haven't seen action in a long while. I'm taking Wordle and Fatty with me because they both have status moves, and I feel a little bad for them since first I figured I'd try and look for a Weedle. But what I quickly remembered is that Weedle step, literally the next step, is to trigger an encounter on the same tile that has this bug catcher looking at it. Once we do that, we're going to black out as a relative to the Mew glitch, as they're very similar, the only difference being how they're triggered. The Death Warp is useful when you don't have access to a flyer/teleporter, or you're in a location where those moves can't be used, such as the Viridian Forest. With this method of the Trainer Escape glitch is because it relies on encountering a Pokemon in a specific spot, it's completely up to RNG when it'll work. All I can say is, thank fuck for save states. Once the party blacks out, the bug catcher sees us, but before we can do anything, we're back to Pewter. This was actually a slight mistake on my part. I should have rested at the Viridian City Pokemon Center as opposed to all join forces to waste my goddamn time. It actually... Interestingly enough though, we have to fight him twice before he leaves us alone, and even then, once we do that, he trapped us in a Genjutsu or something, like the game is only polling my inputs every couple of seconds. This strange effect did eventually fade though, and everything went back to normal. That was a neat little trick, but it sort of distracted us from the main goal here. Finally, I managed to run into a Pidgey, and before fainting it, I lowered its attack 6 stages. Sure, you can guess why. Once the Pidgey is beat, it's back to Viridian Forest to meet our next Pokemon. I think Nidoking is a fitting Pokemon to put on our team for this adventure. He's the poster child for speedruns of Pokemon Red and Blue, which are riddled with bugs. While he isn't Rhydon, a Pokemon we should all be very and he'll be in fighting shape before we know it. Now all that's left is to give him the Surf. Not Surf, did he? This is actually a happy little accident, since the next stop was going to be the Safari Zone anyway. Before getting into the glitches, I will say, the step limit for the Safari Zone can be pretty harsh if you don't know what you're doing. One wrong turn and you won't have enough to make it to the house with the Surf HM, or the gold teeth for that matter. It actually took me 2 tries to grab it. Come on. Nowadays, a part of me wishes you could just catch the Pokemon normally. Thankfully for the Safari Zone, the glitches in this game wouldn't be nearly as fun. Much like City. Once we've tricked the game into thinking we're in the Safari Zone, we're going to ride out the step counter next to this ledge right here, being very aware of our remaining steps. It can be performed without any cheat devices. One more thing. You want to make sure your Pokemon don't faint too early. Once the step counter is done, you should be sent back to the Safari Zone and You're probably wondering what I'm walking around in circles for. We can maintain our walk through walls ability while sidestepping any sort of disastrous glitch cities. When our Pokemon faints, we'll be sent to the last Pokemon Center we've rested at. For me, that's Viridian. But this should work in any area, so try out some others on your own. Now that we've conned the game into giving us walk through walls, we're going to perform the glitch again. We're going to go to this specific position on the X-axis out of game, but now the world is our oyster. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like anything to me. I was disappointed too. But don't worry, there's more interesting stuff to see. If we go a little further right, we'll find an exact replica of Pallet Town, albeit without any way to enter the buildings. So it turns out, not only were there lame Pokemon out closest map in memory. Don't take that as anything more than conjecture though, I'm far from an expert on these games. In fact, I don't deserve the Mario 64 menu music turn that works, which I find weird because this is one of the cooler bugs I've seen from this game. Something I did notice about these replicas is they each seem to be slightly higher the further you go. Well, that's pretty much everything to this bug, but that's not all for the Safari Zone. There's one more thing I want to do here. So let's fly back and put a pin on that wonderful mess of a savannah. So we're going to do the first half of the Glitch City trick again, except this time we're going to head to the rock tunnel. The reason why will be apparent shortly. For now, let's just worry about running down this step counter. Oh, fuck, I forgot to use some repels. You gotta be careful about these caves, everyone. Never know when a gambler armed to the teeth with glitch abominations will appear over your shoulder. While we're here, I guess we might as well catch one of these things quickly. Astute viewers might remember this little sprite from Point 4, way back in episode 5. This isn't the only thing familiar about Pokemon 4 Pokemon. Let's not keep you in suspense though, here's the Glitch Dex entry. Pokemon for Pokemon is like if you sent Point 4 and A long name through Bill's teleporter at the same time and used the Pokemon that came out of it. Pokemon for Pokemon is A long name stats and TM-HM Learn Set, while having Point 4's front sprite, back sprite, Pokedex number, and its type, Pokemaniac. You might be thinking then, well that sounds kind of boring, can we go back to the Glitch City stuff? And I was thinking the same thing, so let's not waste any more time, okay? One repel and a moment of holding the speed up button later, and the keening bell is sound. When we return though, we turn out the lights. Turns out by ending your safari in a place that requires flash, it will make the area dark for as long as you remain there. Going out into the Glitch City awaiting you or ending your safari normally will disable it, but in the meantime, isn't this cool? It's like a hacked together nighttime mode for the area. It's not like the rock tunnel either where you can barely see anything, it's all visible, just in silhouette. If this extended to Pokemon battles, or even let you do this all over Kanto, it'd be even better. But I'll take what I can get. This is all I have to show from the Safari Zone though. While I'm kinda sad to see it go since it gave us so much content, I do think it's fitting that we're concluding our Safari Zone content with it going dark. Good night, Safari Zone. On one of these maps though, well, at least I think that's Derpity, he disappears too quick to tell. At the very least, we can go grab our next party member. They're waiting in Victory Road. The finals have fully fleshed out dungeons that are out of the way of the main quest. Meanwhile, Moltres is just tacked on at the end of this dungeon, 15 steps away from a trainer even. Just catch them. This got rectified in the remakes, but even in those games it feels tacked on. Sorry for prattling on, but this has bothered me ever since I was a kid. Let's catch this thing and get out of here quickly. What the? Just an RPG? A Pokemon which is at an unfortunately low level. It's not that big a deal, the only thing it really changes is how much time we have to devote to shoving candies down its throat, or whatever it uses to eat. The level disparity makes disposing of the Super Nerd's glitches trivial, and after fainting almost every single one of his Pokemon, the final one is ours to take. We were actually lucky that these things never got a chance to attack in the battle, since they have access to a Super Glitch move, as we can see right here. Compared to the last few Glitchmons we showed off, Pokemon T is looking quite lacking. It learns all the elemental punches just like Hitmonchan. It's not just its special stat that sucks though, it pretty much has nothing going for it. It's fast, I guess? Fat lot of good all that speed will do when it can't take any hits or dish any back. To get back to that speed though, it being so ridiculously high carves it one very, very small niche. It relates to one of its starting moves, Guillotine, a move that has low accuracy, but if it hits, automatically feints the target. Something the game doesn't tell you about OHKO moves though is its relation to the speed stat. If your speed is lower than the target's, these OHKO moves will never work. With Pokemon T having such high speed, we never really have to worry about that. So... okay, we're beginning to reach the end here. I've shown off some pretty cool stuff, but there's still one more huge glitch just in this part, but maybe the entire LP. You'll see why I believe this soon. The glitch I'm going to be performing is called the International Doko Kashira Door Glitch. Doko Kashira translates from Japanese to English roughly as, "I wonder where that is." This is theorized to be a reference about this glitch warping the player around, but it seems no one knows the reasoning behind this name's origin. What's funny about this glitch is that the original version of it got patched out in localization, or rather, the method for obtaining it was patched out. That's important. To use an analogy, this is sorta like if Nintendo locked the front door to Pokemon Blue's house, but left the third story window cracked open a smidge, thinking no one would be able to make it up there. Unfortunately, this Pokemon thing got kinda big after these games and put a lot of attention on them, so of course people started to grab their ladders and climb. There are several ways to activate the international Doko Kashira door glitch, one of which requires the use of the Zazaz glitch. Nothing against the guy, he did help me with the problem I had recreating one of Met's glitches before, but every time I tried to use the Zazaz glitch to my benefit, it never worked. So excuse me if I'm not jumping at the opportunity with this one. Another requires literally editing the hex code of the game, which is probably the most brute force of the options. Definitely more of a last resort that I don't want to use if I don't have to. There is one more method, but it involves playing with fire. I don't really want to, but if it's the best choice to show this bug off, then so be it. We're going to give one of our Pokemon the Super Glitch move. Specifically, its 4th move slot will be the Super Glitch move. As for the other 3 moves, we need attacks that tally to a character total of 27. No, I'm not joking. This needs to be done. For this experiment, I've swapped Pokemon T's moves around with Fire Punch, Guillotine, and Payday at the top. Now that our Pokemon is ready, we just need to grab an escape rope, then we're off to the Diglett Caves. Once we enter there, we get into a battle with one of the Pokemon. Any will do. Now, in the battle, choose the fight option, and then press B to escape it. Repeat this several times and then escape the battle. Once you do this, one of 2 things will happen. Either you'll return to the Diglett Cave, or have been teleported to a Glitch City. If it's the latter, reset the game and try again. I've had this happen to me multiple times. It sucks, but that's the nature of these Super Glitch moves. Now, if you're back in the Diglett Cave, pause the game and go to the save option. If the menu starts freaking out a little, then good, you're on the right track. Now exit the save screen, go to your bag, and use that escape rope. Congrats! The international Doko Kashira door glitch is now active. Told you it was complex. So now the question becomes, what does this glitch do? While it isn't as flashy as its Japanese counterpart, what with warping around the map, it's certainly not boring. It's remix time again. Tracks with these hex values will get corrupted in some way after 4 steps are taken. That's not the only thing that changes every 4 steps either. The map also has a little makeover in 4-step intervals. In addition, every once in a while, a Pokemon will appear to faint as if they're poisoned. Our Pokemon wasn't spared from this challenge either. Trying to enter the Pokemon screen softlocks the game, but seeing what we send out into battle shows that at the very least, Pokemon T is not with us anymore. This is some kind of strange Ivysaur clone. At least I think it sounds like something from the Bulbasaur line? Blocky? Taking a stroll around Kanto shows a lot of the trainer sprites have changed. Like this route with nothing but Derpities. What would happen if we were to try and battle a trainer with this glitch though? To be honest, I wasn't going to try and find out, but I ended up trying to grab this item only for it to actually be a trainer. Happy accidents, I guess. You know, there's probably some sort of complex metaphor you can make about this trainer battle being an examination into my psyche after messing with these glitches for so long, resulting in me becoming the biggest glitch of them all, stare into the abyss and whatnot. The issue here is I'd rather never resort to Nietzsche than apply it to a trainer that has a half-dead Pidgeotto. I know Lavender Town is low-hanging fruit, but you gotta admit this mashup is nightmare fuel. You can definitely hear Cinnabar for a while, but it's not long until the game just throws its hands up and starts completely shitting itself. This is actually beginning to get on my nerves a little, so let's check out the rock tunnel. After only a few steps in the cave and the graphics follow the Lavender Town music by example and give up, this seemed to result in a game crash of some sort. Unsure why, but why does anything happen in this game, am I right, gamers? I think we've seen an ample amount of what this glitch has to offer us. Let's reset this world to normal and grab the final Pokemon. It's waiting for us at the bottom of Cerulean Cave. Catching Mewtwo used to be the only post-game content Pokemon Red and Blue offered us back in the day, but look at all the stuff we've managed to do leading up to this guy with the power of glitches. Speaking of the power of glitches, it's funny that a lot of them are touted as Pokegods when most would get stomped by Mewtwo effortlessly. There's an argument to be made that Mewtwo in Generation 1 is the strongest Pokemon in the series, and it's hard to argue against that. I mean, we all know how strong Psychic is in these games and whatnot. Fuck! I forgot to use repels again. A scientist is probably the most fitting NPC we could have gotten for one of these glitch encounters. Mewtwo was made in a lab after all. Unlike all the other glitch Pokemon which were given nicknames based on the characters in their names, there's not a lot to go off with this guy. Blocky 2 could work since he's got 2 of them instead of 1, but I feel uncomfortable even uttering that name. If you'll forgive the abstractness, I decided to go with has some incredibly polarizing stats. Its special stat is just 1 point below the absolute maximum of 255. It dwarfs the speed stat when Pokemon to this day would kill for a base 121 speed. And there's the rest of its stats, and it's, concerning. Very concerning. A light breeze would wipe this thing from existence itself. Its pathetic HP means it can't even take special hits. Honestly though, that doesn't bother me much. This thing is the idea of a glass cannon taken to its greatest extreme. Personally, I'm a fan. The only problem is that with this glitch, that makes our team full. If I want the upcoming Glitchmon, then I'm going to have to make space. I think it's clear who's going. Golbat has been on my bad side ever since it joined the team. Can't believe this thing can't learn Fly, that's insane! Derpity himself is the gatekeeper to the final Pokegod of Let's Horribly Break Pokemon Blue. Its names are glitching out as usual, but it's colloquially known as this katakana symbol. It's apparently the Japanese equivalent to U, so I'm going to be calling it U. You might think that's a stupid name, but you're not going to be saying things like that once we get to this sucker's glitch dex entry. Yes, fucking fear this thing. With a base stat total of 699, U plays second place only to 94 in raw power. But that lead is only by 16 points, and U doesn't softlock your game against certain Pokemon. This thing fits right at home taking Mewtwo's place on our little journey. Its level up moves are somewhat underwhelming, but it can learn great TMs like Earthquake, Psychic, Ice Beam, Thunder. We dreamed of finding the world's strongest glitch Pokemon. And we succeeded. I hope you didn't think that was everything, because we still have one more thing we need to do before I can bring this game out to pasture. I didn't assemble this team of Ubermenches and Pokemon T for no reason. We have to make our mark on this game by defeating the Elite Four and our rival to get these Pokemon inducted into the Hall of Fame. With killing machines like these, it shouldn't be that hard. Before we humiliate Lance for the second time, let's do one small glitch to finish this whole adventure off. As soon as we're spat into Lance's chambers, take one step to the right and hit start at the same time. Save and reset the game. Once you reload your save, get on your surfer, and... They really should have taken another look at these statues, man. Thanks to this oversight though, we can actually explore this little section that we would normally be forced to move through. There's not much to see, but if you leave from where you came from, you can go back to Agatha's chambers. I don't really know why I'm somewhat surprised by this. I guess I just expected this entrance to be a one-way street. Re-entering Lance's chambers will have the original event play out as normal, except the doors that close when you enter the main chamber are already closed. Good thing the game lets you walk right through them, and that's it. That's the last glitch. All that's left is to beat Lance. All that's left is to beat Derpity, and then we're home free. I'd like to thank all you guys for supporting the series for so long. If it wasn't for people like you, then I think I would have given up a long time ago. What the fuck? Now that I think about it, what better way to put a bow on things than with a battle against the only opponent who could pose a threat to a team like mine? Let's do this. The fight begins, and Met fittingly leads off with H-Pokey, one of the first glitches he ever caught. My own easily outspeeds, and I try to go for a Wrap Lock. Unfortunately, H-Pokey is part Ghost type, which I actually forgot. Thankfully, the Wrap immobilizes H-Pokey anyway. God, Wrap was so overpowered. And Aurora Beam does a decent chunk, but wasn't as devastating as I had hoped. Confuse Ray has the chance to screw me over, but clutches the first kill after losing more than half its HP from a Nightshade. Met attempts to use Point 4 to finish me off, but I get an incredibly crippling Fire Punch in before it can even attack. I think Point 4's only attack that isn't a TM is Surf, and with its pathetic special stat, it's no shocker that it does almost 0 damage to me. Fearing another KO, Met switches out for GMP. Met, you fucking cheater, the thing's more than double my level. My Fire Punch barely makes a dent, so I swap for Aurora Beam, which ends up being super effective, which is great, don't get me wrong, but it still isn't doing the damage I was hoping for. Met seems to be fucking with me as he decides to poison instead of outright finishing me off. Next turn ends up being his last, as a quick attack puts it to bed. After some deliberation, I decide to send out Pokemon T. My strategy is to attempt to OHKO this thing with a Guillotine. Unfortunately, despite GMP having pretty mediocre speed compared to Pokemon T, it doesn't matter when there's a level gap of 115. GMP has a slicing attack of its own, and Pokemon T heads to the grave with no kills under its belt. I decide to stop fucking around and send out 94. Despite taking a while to come out of its ball, it doesn't crash the game, which I'm grateful for. A fly does a pathetic amount of damage, so I decide to do something a little cheesy and just spam Flash to lower this thing's accuracy as much as I possibly can. GMP pelts 94 with hit after hit, and it can't take much more before giving up the ghost. At this point, I'm definitely sweating. If you've seen that part in the Pokemon anime where Ash has to fight the guy with a Latios and Darkrai, that's what this feels like. Ooh is my last ringer, so I send it out next. I try to roll the dice on a Glare and come up with Snake Eyes. Frustrated, I attempt to land a Thunder and thankfully it connects. Super effective even. But it's still not enough. GMP wails on Ooh plenty more before another Thunder lands, finally finishing off the beast. Point 4 is then sacked after, which makes this battle look a little more even. A is sent out next. A is Met's equivalent to my Pokemon T, a Pokemon with middling stats outside of a tremendous speed that has access to Guillotine. The difference is, A's Guillotine lands, killing Ooh instantly. A's appearance being that of a Rhydon, I figured it was fitting to send out my own dinosaur next. Nidoking does a respectable amount of damage with Surf, but is taken too soon from another Guillotine. My final Pokemon is the first Pokemon we caught for Aftermath, A Longname versus A. A attempts to use a TM move, which gives me an opening to create a substitute. I'm able to finish A off easily. Next, Met sends out the flagship glitch Pokemon missing though. Much like Pikachu though, just because it's a mascot of sorts doesn't mean it belongs in battle. One strength later and it's finished. That just leaves one more Pokemon on each side. Met's final Pokemon is of course, Mew. Mew is just about great at everything, so this won't be easy. I predict Mew will be able to destroy my substitute, so I build another. But all this does is buy me a small amount of time. I begin getting to work chipping away at its health. Strength does a disappointing amount of damage, but I'm afraid of relying on Fire Blast and its flaky accuracy. I manage to score a lucky crit that leaves victory in my reach, but at the same time my substitute is finally broken. Instead of setting up another, I decide to go for it and use Strength. If this misses, then there's a very good chance Mew OHKOs a long name with a Thunderbolt. We've done it. By the skin of our teeth, but we did it nonetheless. That's right. It's time to move on. Truth be told, I could probably continue this until the heat death of the universe. Pokemon Red and Blue are such fascinating games when looked under a microscope like this. Even several hours of video footage like this series can only begin to scratch the surface of what's underneath. I think I'm going to put up my hat, and leave this game to the ones who actually know what they're talking about, like Met before me. I'd like to thank everyone who had a hand in this series existing. Last time there was a thank you, it got cut off, so let me make it right this time. Thank you to Skippa for creating the Aftermath logo. It fits like a glove. Ugly Patch, your thumbnail artwork is incredible. Fucking commission these guys, people. Thank you, AJ, for the Game Boy Mario 64 menu theme. I hope you guys got as much of a kick out of that as I did. As for the credits outside of Aftermath, I'd like to thank Null, Nate, and Simon for lending their voices to Something Awful Goons from the original LP. I figured it'd be conveyed better if another person voiced those roles, and I'm grateful for that. The glitchcity.info website alongside Bulbapedia were absolutely invaluable in not just recreating glitches from the original LP, but also finding new interesting glitches to showcase. Two users of Glitch City I'd like to thank in particular are the Zazz Glitch and Chickasaurus GL. I talked about them earlier, but it really can't be understated. These two are real experts of the game. I'm just the messenger. They have unprecedented amounts of content about the glitches in this game, so check them out. Of course, I'd like to thank you all for watching, but I want to give the final thanks to Metroixer for not just allowing me to adapt his work, but humoring me along the way and even agreeing to an interview. Met's gone off to bigger and better things, such as his own indie game that he released a few months ago. If you liked the writing of Let's Horribly Break Pokemon Blue, then you have to check out Help. The link to it is in the description. And I think that's it. Boy. Hope I didn't forget anybody.